Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of our event manager workshop and webinar. Welcome to all of you in the room, to our new attendees for today, to those of you watching online. Day 2 of the workshop will be dedicated to very on-site operational activities. This morning will be still presentations from some of our internal departments, as well as a day in the life of an event manager. This afternoon, we'll have some of our external partners, IMG, Hawkeye, Data Project, explaining what they do on site and what the best interaction is between everybody. So we hope you enjoy it, and see you later. Now, I'd just like to introduce you to Jingyi from our commercial department, who will give you a quick update on partner rights. Thank you.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I'm very honored to be the first one to speak in the morning. I hope you have had already your energy shot. I mean, coffee already. I had mine already. So today I'm going to talk with you about the FIVB commercial partners' rights for this year's Volleyball Nations League. I'm not going to talk about a lot of details because I believe my colleagues from events operation team already put all the details in the event manager's system already. I'm going to just talk about some important points we want to remind you or need your support on site. So first of all, of course, it's the most important thing we believe. So it's FIVB reserved categories. So a quick look at it. I think most of you are familiar already with this list. We just want to remind the process for all the national federation or the local organizers to release the category. So the process to release the category is all the national federations and the local organizer, they would send the request to the FIVB volleyball department to release the category. And then the FIVB commercial department will decide whether to approve to release the category or not. Once we decide to release the category, we will send you a category release letter. And the FIVB volleyball department, of course, will inform all of you. So at the end, I think you will have a list of all the category we released to all the national federations or the local organizers. In other words, if you don't have the formal communication from an FIVB, which means we haven't released the categories. So I think we need your support. The first thing you have to do is once you go to the venue, you check whether the product or brand exposure there are our partners or on the category release list. So that's the first thing we want to talk about. So here is the current FIVB Volleyball Nations League partners for this year so far. I'm saying so far is that we are still working very hard to have maybe more event partners for this year. So of course we will keep you informed. But so far, let's see the structure for us. So Persona, we just confirmed it will be our event partner for women's final in Nanjing. So Pansona, for your information, is a Japanese company. It's a human resources company. They want to explore the market in China. So that's why they will be our women's final event partner. So then the biggest difference for this year compared to last year is we are going to have a global partner, Ganton. So I think most of you, already know. I'm going to talk about this a little bit more, about our new global partner. For the rest, I think it remains the same. So official supplier, official supporter. So about the FIVB licensee, the merchandise, I think you know last year we did a great experiment, let's see, a good try in Lille for merchandise. So this year, let's see, we are still under discussion whether we are going to do both for women and men for the finals for merchandise or some preliminary rounds. We will keep you informed. So that's the structure now. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about our new partner. I believe some of you, like Jessica, and I think Mitsu and Takai-san in front of the camera, you already know about this brand. We had a great memory in Japan last year for the signing ceremony. So this is our new global partner from China. So it's a natural mineral water. So I'm a Chinese. But since I didn't stay in my country for a long time, so to be neutral, personally, at the beginning, I had the same question, let's see, as you, as a consumer. So whether it has a good quality as a water. So FIVB delegation, we went there to investigate before we started the discussion with this company. So that's their factory. So all the water comes deep in the mountains, so they have very strict requirements for the environment, even the combination of the elements of the water. So it's very strict of the location where they actually explore the water. So far they have several locations in China for the water, and also in Japan they have 2 locations, in Fiji and also in Italy. They have factories there. So the quality is good. This is their production equipment, all imported from Germany. That's they are very proud of their equipment. It's all AI controlled, all automatically. So the day before we went there, the delegation from Evian was there. So this is, I think they are very proud of that. So, okay, as Chinese, I have one advantage is that you know my central government, very strong government. The water they are drinking is this water. And all the high-end conference they are hosting, they are using this Ganton water. So I think you don't have to worry about the quality. So it's good, I think. So who are Ganton water partners so far? They have been partnership with Australia Open for a while. So the Swiss Pride and the Nadal, they are holding the Ganton bottles. It was very funny because I was also a tennis fan, but from this year when I was watching Australia Open, because Ganton, they have one logo exposure on the referee chair. When I was watching, I was like, come on, can you have more whole picture of the court? But with that, you will see it will be totally different. We have a huge exposure for this brand. That is more. And then we are also a partner of FIVB, our friend, also our competitor. But they signed a 1-year contract with FIVB, also in the memory of Bowman. And also they are the partner of Juventus Football Club. This guy is going crazy recently. Some of people are saying because he started to drinking Ganton water since he joined the Juventus. But he's very dedicated to Ganton. Everywhere he's holding this bottle. If you check his Instagram, he's holding the bottle everywhere. This is the commercial Juventus made with content together. Content will also make the commercial dedicated to volleyball every year. So we are going to make one commercial on site this year. We haven't decided which pool we are going to make the video shooting. So most likely we are going to either Italy or Japan or Hong Kong or mainland China. So once we decide, we will inform you. So we might need your extra effort to support us for the video shooting, for the commercial. Of course, last but not, this is the important thing, we signed a 4-year agreement with content. So in the next 4 years, all the events you are going with us, we need your support for our global partner. Okay, so for this year with the content, 2 major topics about them. One is the athletes benches. I think you may already know. And another is the water supply. So about the water supply, you will see, I have the water here. So this is the water you are going to have. It's the same as a Juventus Club having or Australia Open having. So each bottle we are having 570 ml per bottle. And for each package we have 24 bottles. So for preliminary rounds, Ganten is going to supply 6,000 liters. And for the finals, Ganten is going to supply 17,500 liters for each host city. Just for information, the benchmark is last year for the Volleyball Nations League final women Nanjing. They actually supplied 6,000 liters for the finals. So the water supply will be more than enough for the preliminary rounds and for the finals. Okay, so about the assist bench, the FIVB and the Ganten team, we are working very hard to make this happen. So this is a creative assist bench. So from this year, all the pools will have the same look with these beautiful benches. This is the design. After they produced the prototype, we made some changes. So here we go. This is the sample. As you can see, we actually made a little bit change. We made the seat made it as a leather cushion, make it more comfortable. And here, if you see the side boxes, we need your help on site to put all the bottles to be displayed on the side box. This is one thing we need your help. And second is like if you see the original design, actually they put the bottles here in between the bench and the side box. But now we change a little bit. Here is the carrier with squeeze bottles. So we will have the carrier with 8 squeeze bottles in. So which means they are going to produce the squeeze bottles. It was the last minute request from us. They are going to, I just received this sample picture yesterday. So they are going to ship these squeeze bottles by air to all the pools. So we need your help firstly. So if any of the team, they have their sports drinks or beverage, any kind of sports beverage, and they need to put it in a squeeze bottle. So not in this bottle, they have to put it in a squeeze bottle, first of all. Second, we need your help to ask the team to put the carrier on this position in the picture. Once they are ready, they enter into the field of play. Okay? So that's the different side of the bench, the back, the in front, the side box. So when you open, when you see, when it's shipped, the carrier actually is in the back row of the bench. Okay. And here is a checklist for you guys to help us when you're on site. I'm not going to talk about all the details because our events operation team already put all the requirements and the details in the system. I'm just going to talk about a little bit points here. For tickets and accreditations, the FIVB commercial team and the volleyball department, we are going to work on that. The only thing we need your help is once you are on site, we need your help to check whether the tickets and accreditation are ready at the ticket center or the pickup point. That's the only thing we need your help, because I think you are the only person we can count on site. The LED board, so everything will be ready before you go there with our events operation team. The only thing I want to mention here is because for most of the sponsors we already had from last year. So some of the local organizers, they might have already the artwork from last year. But most of the sponsors will actually upgrade or update the artwork from this year. So we need you to check whether they are using the new one from this year. So we need your help to check. For Floor Seeker, it's because for Ganton, they only have rights for the Chinese territory. So which means only in the Chinese territory here means Hong Kong, Macau, and the mainland China. They have floor stickers. So for the rest, we only have J-Floor there. So that's one thing I want to remind. Printed material, the same. So you have to check the artwork for this year, whether it's already updated. And for giant screen, so giant screen, normally we are going to play the commercials for the sponsors, but we only play it before the match or during the break or after the match. So we need your help to check before the match whether it's ready there, because sometimes we are missing the videos there. So check once whether everything's ready, where they are going to play. Okay, so then for the booth, also we are going to work also with volleyball department before the match. We will also keep you informed about everything, whether our sponsor are going to have a booth there. The only thing we need your help is that if our sponsors are going to have booth there, we might need your help or support there. Like if you need someone to help them for the space or for the electricity, something like that. Not that complicated, but we might need your help. And for the commercial displays or giveaway in the venues, the same. So if our sponsors are going to have some giveaways, we are going to inform you in advance. And for access benches, so we need your help to check. So also with the technical delegate together, whether it's safe there. So because before actually they designed the access benches, they actually plan to have different boards, and you have to set up the benches on site. But at the end, they actually make it actually the whole one. You don't have to do that much work. So, but at least you go there and try to sit down there, whether you feel comfortable. And also it's stable. And also we need your help to check all the artwork for Volleyball Nations logo there, and also Ganton logo there, whether they are properly displayed. And for Ganton water, so as I mentioned, the water amount, the supply will be more than enough. So all the activities on site, so it will be very strict. Whatever for the press conference, I know you won't be there, but for your information, any activities or any events related to Volleyball Nations League on site, they should use Ganton water. So whatever for the volunteers, for the staffs, for the training session, everything, or even for the athletes' baths. So we need your help to check. They should drink Ganton water. So the last 2 points, it's based on the last year's experience. So first is make sure there's no same category brands exposure other than FIVB partners or released categories in the venue and the field of play. So please pay attention to the volunteers' uniforms. Okay. So second is please check with the local organizer whether they have giveaways on site, because they need to be approved by FIVB in advance. And please pay attention to the balls, because sometimes it's not easy to find out the balls because we have Mikasa there. So pay attention to the balls. So that's it. So I believe we will have WhatsApp group when we're having matches. So feel free to contact us. I know you will be very busy. So if you need, you can call us. So it's not necessary to text us. You can call us anytime you need, okay? Thank you. Thank you.
I just have one question. Yesterday is, what do we do when players, athletes come in with sports drinks, isotonic drinks? So,
can she repeat the question?
yeah, if you don't mind just repeating the question for the webinar, because I don't have the mic.
Ah, okay.
So do they have to change their drinks into the squeeze bottles, or because from what we understand the category is water?
Yeah.
So
So this I need to discuss with Mario when he's back. But so far, what he informed me, they have to put all the water they have to the squeeze bottle. That's what he said. But since my understanding is not blocked, I have discussed with him how we're going to process with this. Then we will keep all of you informed. So Kirsty's question is like, if the teams, players, they have their own sports drink, whether they can keep their own bottles or they have to put all the drink into the squeeze bottle. So this we will keep you informed once we confirmed within our team, okay? Thank you.
And will you, of course, inform the teams about the decision, right? You will be well informed.
We will inform all the national federations. Okay, yeah, okay.
I have 3 questions.
Yeah, yeah.
One on the benches, are so they are completely pre-assembled and completely so it's take out of the box and
Yeah.
put it there.
Yeah.
Repeat the question.
So the question is like whether the benches are already assembled. Yes. The answer is yes. So it's very easy. You just have to take it out from the package. Then it will be there. That's it. So it's like one piece.
And then it's very good that we'll get a list of the released categories.
Yeah.
Because that was a big challenge for the event managers in the past.
So the question is like they would like to have the list of the released categories. So we will do that. Commercial department will work with the FIVB volleyball department. Then we will give you a final list of the released category products.
Last one, what do we do with the squeeze bottles after the event is over?
The last question is about what we're going to do with the squeeze bottles. So we will ask national federations to deal with it. Of course, it should be environment friendly, also together with the plastic bottles of content. So because for the sake of the humankind body, we want to reuse it for last year. Last year we will resend the squeeze bottles, but we need them to see how we process with the recycling things, with the plastic bottles together, I think.
if you can give us then an official communication that we can send around.
Yeah.
Of what they need to do, how and when.
Yeah.
I think it's important because otherwise the event managers have to deal with it on site.
Yeah.
And it's a bit tricky.
Okay, okay. We will give you a formal communication about how to deal with the squeeze bottles after the match. Okay.
2 questions for you.
Yeah.
Do we know when the benches will be arriving on site?
This is
approximately?
okay. The question is, do we know when the benches will be on site? So this is the one thing I forgot to tell you. So I know you will have question about the shipment and the delivery and the storage about the benches and the water supply. So the FIVB global partner, logistics partner DB Schenker now is working with Gunton and also together with national federations closely about the delivery. So in general, all the benches and the waters will be delivered 7 to 10 days in advance to the address that the national federations give to the FIVB volleyball department. But some of the national federations, they have a special requests, I think, if I'm not wrong, like Russia, Brazil, they need them to deliver a little bit earlier. So normally it will be 7 to 10 days earlier. Okay?
Just to
Yeah.
make sure to sort of follow that up.
Yeah, and then for the storage, so all the national federations are aware. They have to store the benches after the match because they have to use these benches for 4 years.
Okay.
So for the next 4 years. So also we need your help to remind the people on site to protect the benches very well. So, but the Ganten, they are using very good material and also the good painting technology, I think, to make it can be last long.
Another question. I did not see anything that we are providing ball carriers to the preliminary rounds. Is that something that is left to each organizer?
Ball carriers? Yeah. We are going. So questions like, are we going to provide the ball carriers for the Volleyball Nations League? The answer is yes. And also we are going to have specific ball carriers for Volleyball Nations League this year.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are going to send you the picture. We already actually have the sample here. So people here in the headquarters, you can see the real one later on.
Do you know how many you will send them to?
I will send you the information later on.
Okay.
One for each pool.
One.
So, any questions? Okay. Thank you. We count on your support. Thank you.
The legal issues, all the fun things that can crop up that bring the lawyers in. For the most part, we'll focus on kind of two areas: the generic legal issues that we saw from the first year, and then additionally, we'll talk about what happens if there's a bigger legal issue that we don't foresee, and what the kind of protocol is for that. So I only have one slide, which is good, makes it very easy. Try to put everything on and make it as easy as possible for all of you. So since we just were speaking in-house at least about the commercial side, I'll start with the commercial issues that we saw because they tie in nicely to what Jinyi was just saying. So in particular, what we saw were we had issues related to clean venue, branding, mascots, premium distribution, and local sponsor visibility. And I'll hit each of these points one by one. Related to clean venue, the reason why clean venue is important is ambush marketing. So what we don't want is we don't want sponsors or brands that have not paid for rights to receive some kind of exposure during our event. Practically speaking, where this is a problem is in venues that have in building advertising already existing. Particularly in the US, where I'm from, there are a lot of venues that have pre-existing advertising. For us, the focus is obviously what can be seen on TV and what can be seen in the feeds. So if there's something really, really high up, it might not be as big a problem as, say, something that's right in front of camera one. So prioritize covering the things that are visible on camera. And remember also that there are multiple cameras. So if, for instance, the behind the net camera, you see something above where somebody's serving, you can see a billboard, for instance, in Netherlands. I think we ran into that particular issue last year. You want to make sure that the advertisement is covered. This will run into you may run into some logistical issues with this because the venue operators obviously have sponsorship deals in place as well. But this can be sorted out with the National Federation. The key thing for us is that if they haven't paid for rights for brand exposure, then their brand shouldn't be exposed in our product, mainly, as I said, the TV product. Turning to branding and mascots, I can kind of tie these together. Branding, what we're talking about mainly is the local staff uniforms, which Jinyi just mentioned about volunteers and making sure that the volunteers' uniforms don't have brands that are not affiliated with the FIVB or don't have rights granted by the FIVB. What you'll see sometimes is the local organizers will provide certain rights or a spot on the volunteer uniforms for exposure. And what that means for us is that creates a different opportunity, a sponsorship opportunity that wasn't available to our sponsors and can affect the sponsorship hierarchy. So in the last slides, you saw the global partner, FIVB supplier hierarchy that we have in place. And there's a similar hierarchy for local organizing committee sponsors. And the problem that you run into is sometimes the local sponsor will get more exposure than our global partner who's paying us quite a bit of money to get the exposure that they're granted. So you just want to be careful with that, and to the extent possible, if they produce these volunteer uniforms or local staff uniforms and those people are visible on TV, there should be, you should attempt to have them cover the sponsorship and the brand on that. Regarding mascots, also, mascots will appear from time to time on TV. They may be not just mascots of the local organizing committee, but they could be sponsor related or related to the television broadcaster. So there are a lot of different options related to mascots that could also create certain exposure that again affects the sponsorship hierarchy. So it's important, as I said, that those sponsors that are granted rights, that there's a distinction between the different categories of rights because they're paying for that. If they're, for instance, a global partner, they're paying to have some of the highest exposure in the event. And that gets undermined if you have other sponsorship opportunities that come in and basically provide for bigger exposure than what your global partner is paying for. This transitions nicely into premium distribution, which that's where you'll really see certain sponsors get exposure rights because, for instance, you have t-shirts that are given that have a sponsor logo on them, or little fans or bang sticks that have sponsor logos on them. So anytime there's a shot in the crowd or a big kind of dynamic shot, panoramic shot of the audience, you can see the sponsor logo or the color, and that again affects this sponsorship hierarchy because it creates a higher value for the local sponsor than the FIVB sponsor. How much control we have over this is the idea is that all premiums have to come through the FIVB for approval. Typically, we limit the amount of premiums that can be distributed, both for sponsorship exposure reasons and also for waste reasons as well, to make sure that, for instance, if they give the little fans, that they're not left in the venue and clean up afterward. It's not great either. But the primary reason is for the sponsorship exposure, to make sure that the hierarchy is being honored. And with these opportunities, then sometimes it really elevates one brand over all the other brands in a particular pool. So we typically limit this, but as I said, sometimes the local organizer or the local sponsor will try and circumvent the limitations that are put in place. So it's just important to be aware of the limitations which are defined in the handbook, and then also to consult with the FIB and let them know if you see something going on where it looks like a sponsor may bring a premium that's a distribution that's bigger than what's allocated in the handbook, just to make sure also potentially if it's been approved by the FIB or not approved by the FIB. The last point of local sponsor visibility, I think, has been hit basically by these three previous points. So that goes to the commercial side of the common issues that we saw in the first year. On the technical side, what we're referring to here are the requirements in the venue, and these are defined in the contract. For instance, there are certain requirements related to lighting, and the reason why there are these requirements in place is that the lighting is a very important aspect of what we want the product to be. So we want to make sure that in particular, the playing court is very well lit, and that we have the ability to have the dynamic lighting that we want to have in order to make the product appear like we want it to appear. So with lighting, we found that a lot of times the venues, or there were a few cases where the venues didn't have the lighting that was required under the contract, and there's a distinction between the lighting over the playing court and the lighting around over the spectators. This is to put the focus on kind of the spotlight on the playing court when play is going on, by showing at a higher lighting the playing court versus the spectators. And then when there's shots when play is not going on, then the lighting around the spectators becomes more visible and allows for you to be able to see more of what the audience is interacting with. Giant screens, there were issues related to the giant screens. I think most of the giant screens have satisfied the technical requirements, but we have specific technical requirements, so that has to be checked. But additionally, the giant screen should be showing the live feed in the venue. And this is important because it's important for the fans to be able to see what is going on as well. This is especially important related to challenge system, okay? So when a challenge is made, the live feed shows the replays of the challenge, it shows what the challenge is about, and if this information is on the giant screen, then the spectators don't know what is going on with the challenge, and then they're confused and they're sitting there and they're waiting for something that they don't know what's going on. Finally, the e-scoreboards. This is more of an ease issue. I think it's a lot easier to function these days with electronic scoreboards rather than the traditional manual scoreboards, but you'll find that some places they don't have that. They should have the e-scoreboards in place. And this goes again to the fact that they're contractually obligated to provide this. So it's two things. It's really they're required by contract to provide these things, and the other thing is it affects the quality of the VNL product. If you have an electronic scoreboard, also if it shows up if they're panning around on TV and it shows up on TV that there's a manual scoreboard versus electronic, it doesn't look as nice. And really what we're trying to do is build a product here that associates VNL as one of the top volleyball competitions in the world. So it's important that that the product is reflected in that, and that's why the requirements and obligations under the contract were drafted in that way. What we need from the event managers when it comes to these kind of issues are really, you guys are responsible for providing the evidence, okay? You're not responsible for trying the case. That comes to me. I get to do all that stuff. But what y'all are responsible for is the evidence. So I need detailed reports. I need photographs. I need samples. Anything that you can get me that helps me in then taking the case, reviewing it, and then potentially discussing it with the National Federation, or if it needs to go further into a sanctioning system, then I need to make sure that I have the necessary evidence to be able to go forward with that case. So that's the primary role of event managers related to these kind of issues, and these have been pretty common for the first year. Turning to big picture issues, I'd say are things that have a potential impact on legal liability. So the FIVB may have to be concerned about a legal case being brought against it and potentially having to pay damages, or a public relations issue that could make the FIVB look bad. These kind of big picture issues need escalation pretty quickly. Now, for those of you that were part of the first year of the VNL, you know that we had various chat groups, email chains, etc., where these kind of issues could be discussed. And that's the primary, I'd say, way to do it. I think it's pretty easy for everybody to get on their phone and chat, and it also allows us very quickly to have multiple people aware of the problem, and then for us to put forward and figure out exactly how to move forward with solving the issue. Maybe give you some examples of this. We have, for instance, in Iran, we had the issue of women coming into the venue, which is obviously a gender equality issue. It's a PR discussion, and so it's something that many people are concerned about when it happens. I have to say that I think it's been steadily improving, and they've been doing a good job of getting more and more women into the venue. But this is something that needs to be monitored, and so as a big picture issue, it's something that can get escalated if there's some issue that's going on. As I said, though, this issue has been getting better and better, and the Iranian Federation has really done a good job, I think, of trying to push things through to get more women into the venues in Iran. But those are the kind of issues that need to get escalated immediately, and if that's the case, then I'm on WhatsApp groups with the event managers, so I can respond quickly. I can process the information and say what we need in terms of next steps, or what can be done in order to ensure that the problem either doesn't escalate or to minimize whatever issue may come up. So for me, I think that covers most of what I wanted to discuss. So if anyone has any questions, please go ahead and ask.
Thanks, Stephen. Just two questions related to the giant screen, because I had the situation in a couple of places. Sometimes the location of the giant screen is a fixed location in the venue, and it's showing in the live feed.
Yep.
In that case, during the inspection visits that have been done, do they do anything about providing a temporary giant screen somewhere else? Because as we agreed last season, those giant screens shown in the live feed should be off, as I understood.
Yeah, so that's a little more of a nuanced situation, I'd say, and obviously there's certain limitations to what you can and can't do in terms of removing giant screens from the venue. If the protocol is that if the giant screen is in the TV feed, then it needs to be off. Then of course we should move forward with that protocol, and I believe that will be defined by our technical team, and event operations will be aware and make you guys aware if that is the protocol. And then if that's the case, then during the inspection visit and subsequently during the few days before, it's good to ensure obviously that the giant screen is in line with whatever protocol we have in place.
And are there specific situations where the federations have been given a special treatment, let's say. For example, in the Netherlands last year, we had to use the giant screen as an e-scoreboard at the same time, and they were switching back and forth. And they didn't see the need to have a separate scoreboard, and they ended up just fixing the score in a part of the giant screen.
Right.
Is that something that we would know in advance, so we don't have to fight a fight, let's say, on site?
My hope is that yes, you would know in advance that kind of logistical issue. Let's be honest and say that may not always be the case.
Exactly.
For this, though, this is where the WhatsApp groups come in very handily, because if they've talked to the various the national federation involved, somebody can either talk to that national federation and say, this is what we want to do, this is what we agreed upon for protocol, or the person who's already talked to the national federation can say, this is the decision taken, and then you can move forward with the implementation. So to me, that's more of making sure that from a chat standpoint, we're able to communicate information quickly about what has been decided, or have the necessary discussions before the matches start, ideally, to resolve the issue and have everybody on the same page when the matches start.
Stephen, I have a couple of questions, one related to clean venue. I know at this stage we allow the organizer to give there's two spots for the host city, one on the floor and then permanently on the LED boards. So if the name of the city is permanently inside the venue, we're still considering it that it needs to be covered up. That's the first question, inside the venue. The second question is, what about outside the venue? Assuming there's no commercial association, it's the name of the city, because this has been a big part of some of the locals. There was some of the struggle that we had to convince them they had to cover the name of the city.
So the reason why you run into that problem from a practical standpoint related to host city exposure is that the host city is usually paying a fee to host in some cases, and probably where you see the biggest fights are the ones where they actually paid a fee and they're saying, I've paid for this sponsorship exposure, so I want to be granted these rights. I think that will be more of a nuanced discussion depending, and will have to be resolved both with our sponsorship department and with our upper management about how to handle especially the external exposure. I think for us, the focus obviously is on the TV side, and there are obviously certain exposure rights granted on, as you said, on the floor stickers and on the board number 9 or 10 behind the referee chair. But in terms of in-venue, again, I think the focus will be trying to cover those that are on TV, to the extent that if we want those covered, we cover those. I think the bigger focus, honestly, is on other commercial brands, because at least the local host city has contributed something to the event. They've paid a certain host fee, or they've provided venues or services. So providing them with some exposure is not the same kind of ambush marketing that you're looking at as if we had another ball supplier try and come in and have their brand in the venue. But I think that'll be part of a discussion on a case-by-case basis, to be honest.
The second question is in relation to insurance. Do you recommend a personal or professional liability insurance for the event managers in case there's a case of negligence, for example, or are we covered under the contract?
Good question. In terms of insurance, there are two policies in place. The FIVB has its own insurance policy, obviously, and then we require under the agreement for the local organizer to take out insurance, and that insurance is designed to cover most of the aspects of what could happen in the event. Of course, without knowing the specifics of each policy and the level of coverage of the insurance, it's difficult for me to say whether or not, for instance, it covers third-party contractors, whether it covers third-party contractors of the FIVB. So the safe answer is that I would say it may be beneficial to take out your own insurance as well. However, it depends on the policies in place from the local organizer, and I'd have to review our FIVB policy to see exactly the level of coverage on that front.
Okay, Steve, regarding technical issues, I've had difficulty in other events verifying the lighting. Sometimes the LOC doesn't have a meter, a lux meter, or TV that should have it. All of a sudden doesn't show up with one. Are there guidelines from events on how we should proceed regarding the lighting? Do you know?
I don't know that specifically. I would say that, yeah, it's usually if the local organizer isn't aware, it's usually the TV that would have that, or IMG may be able to assist in that on site as long as they know in advance. In the past, we've had an issue with this particular event organizer not having a lux measuring tool. Could you bring one, kind of thing? That could be a solution. I think obviously it's tricky because that's more of an issue that pops up on site. You should ideally know after the inspection visit exactly kind of what the lux are. But then, of course, you have the issue of if the lux is lower than what's required, they may add additional lighting and rent additional lighting, which then changes the lux, and then you would need to measure on site. So from that standpoint, I'd say the best case is for those that you know you had an issue with, maybe to make our event operations department aware, so then we can take the necessary steps to make sure that there's at least the opportunity to be able to measure the lux.
Okay, another one linked to actually that question. You mentioned lights, obviously, for the TV coverage on the court, and then lights as well outside the spectators area, related to probably lighting show that can be done. There are technical aspects for both, for the TV coverage and as well for the, let's say, potential lighting show or lights that are outside of the
Yeah, so you have the standard, what the requirements are for the venue lux, which is basically I think it's 2,000 lux for over the playing court, and I believe it's 1,000, but I'll have to double check, for over the spectators area. In terms of the dynamic lighting, that's something that we would hope, as part of the inspection visit information and subsequent information that would come in from the LOC, that they would provide us with that information. Because the dynamic lighting, if you will, is also a separate requirement, and there will be certain technical specifications that our event operations department has or they're aware of, and then we can coordinate accordingly.
And the last one on the commercial side, if there are, for example, like a promotion run with mascots, as you mentioned before, run by a local sponsor from the city or whatever, but those mascots or that promotion is not run or the sponsorship is not visible on TV, is that allowed? I mean, can a third-party sponsor run a promotion if there is no sponsor visible on TV?
This an interesting question. I'd say from the standpoint of focus, our focus should be what's on TV and what exposure rights are granted. However, you have to remember that our sponsors will be on site as well in some cases. So if Mikasa, for instance, were to come on site and there's a Molten mascot doing a Molten promotion, they're going to be like, hey, what's going on here? So in that sense, it depends probably on the sponsorship brand that's involved with the mascot. If it's part of a reserve category, I would say no. For the ones that are not part of reserve categories, there may be a little bit more flexibility there, depending upon exactly what exposure rights are granted. But the mascot, for the most part, the design comes from the local organizer, which makes sense. It's more of a local item. However, they're supposed to submit information to us related to the mascot, so at least we're aware. I think as long as we have the information in advance, then we can take a decision on whether or not certain promotional aspects are going to be granted, certain ones are not. But I can tell you, for instance, the reserve categories, no way. Okay.
There was just one more question. Sorry, there was just one more question that arrived from one of our colleagues following. Naming rights for the venue. I know it's kind of part of the permanent branding and it's not something we can do about it, but is there something that can be done about it?
Naming rights for the venue are very, very complicated, I'd say, in terms of us being able to practically do something about it, because that sponsor has paid probably a decent amount of money to have their exposure, and this particularly in the US, I know, and in other territories, they pay for the right to have, you know, Bank One Arena, for instance. And I think that to me, covering up the, you know, going up on top of the roof of the arena and trying to cover up Bank One obviously isn't practical, let's be honest. But in terms of exposure rights within the venue, again, that's something that we can focus on and talk to the local organizing committee about, covering up maybe those areas that are in front of TV, etc. But it's going to be very difficult. I think you're going to run into a lot of problems if you try and fight with the venue on the venue named sponsor. Of course, the big thing is if the named sponsor is something that conflicts with one of our existing sponsors, then we have, I'd say, a bigger problem than if it's in a non-reserved category. But I think that issue is something that could be escalated and we can try and discuss and sort out on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. And then there's just one more thing that I think might or might not have been an issue in the past. I've noticed in some venues that have skyboxes, some of them are sold permanently to various companies. That branding, if it's visible on the outside, should be covered. They can keep their branding inside, or if it's very discreet, it's fine. But sometimes you have the big windows that are covered with this transparent, what do you call it, branding. Yeah. So you can, from inside, see outside. But you have big stickers anyway, so that part should definitely be covered as much as possible.
Yeah. I agree with that statement. I think to the extent possible when you're dealing with skyboxes, the good thing about skyboxes is they're usually not located within the Camera One feed. So for the most part, they're not getting a ton of TV exposure. However, again, for purposes of clean venue and to not grant sponsors who don't have rights in the event some kind of exposure, it's better to have them covered. And again, I think as long as it's the exterior, or if a camera were to pan or somehow see the skyboxes and you can't see the logo, that's fine. Everything interior, or even like for instance on the door, they usually have, you know, Chase Bank or whatever on there. That stuff is not worth taking the time to cover. Honestly, it's more so just the external things that could be caught on camera.
Just a last question. Not knowing the intricacies of your contracts, we were talking about the outside with the sign on the roof, which would be hard to cover. How far does the agreement go? Which is the outside part of the sponsorship agreements that we have? Does it cover theoretically inside and out completely, where there should be no other signage if it's from a reserved category?
So the definition in our agreement is sites, which refers to a lot of different things. It refers to the competition venue itself, the area around, what we call contingent areas around the venue. It would refer to the external part of the venue, as well as things like the hotel. So in theory, the third party or the prevention of having kind of ambush marketing through branding would apply pretty broadly. But you also have to take into account a practical approach. Contractually, we would be protected. From a practical standpoint, there may be more issues if you try and strictly enforce. and as well as practical issues. For instance, the example of trying to cover the 50-foot sign on the top of the arena. So I think those where there's a potential issue for discussion, the best way to handle it is to, if there's something that you're not sure about, to escalate it in the WhatsApp chats, and then we'll come forward with an approach, because there will be discussions regardless with the local organizer on what should or shouldn't. They may try and push in some cases for something to get exposed that we don't want exposed. And so, so there's going to be these kind of discussions anyway that our upper management need to be made aware of. And so the best way is, if you run into it, something that you're not sure about, just escalate it, and we'll then take the course from there. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, you mentioned hotels, and all we've been talking about is really the venue. What are you looking for as far as branding at the hotel that we need to look out for?
Well, in some cases, the official hotels will maybe have VNL branding, etc., as official hotel. What we don't want is any kind of association between VNL and another brand, specifically, I'd say, in our reserve categories. So potential ambush marketing opportunity is, let's say we start doing a TV shoot where we're seeing the team exit the team hotel, get onto the bus, etc., and there's a signage that says VNL, and then there's a big Molten logo underneath it. That's the kind of thing that we want to avoid. For the most part, the hotels are of secondary concern. I'd say obviously the competition venue is the primary area where things are going to take place. But really what the contract is designed to do is provide us with enough flexibility that if something like this were to pop up, we could handle it. That being said, a pragmatic approach, I think, is focusing on the competition venue and then dealing with the secondary sites in a more pragmatic way, because hotels may have certain sponsors, etc. And I think it's more so what you don't want is an association there between a brand that hasn't paid for it and VNL. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you everyone for your time. Thank you for the questions here. And if you have any questions while you're on site or before you're on site, please reach out to us either on the WhatsApp chats, or you can message us. My email address is legal@fivb.org. So if you have any queries related to legal issues, legal@fivb.org is where you send the email. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to introduce Jaime Lopez to my left.
Good morning. I'd like to introduce Christian Basmer to my right.
We're going to talk a little bit about a day in the life of an event manager, and we'll have a little discussion about some of the things that we observed in the 2018 season. So we'll start with number 2. So we will skip quickly here. Apologize. Thank you.
Go back.
So here we go. I was a bit too quick. So we'll start with the inspection visits. So I did a couple of them. So for me, one of the key tasks that we have is to establish trust with the local organizer, which in the inspection visit a lot of times is the national federation, the key contact in the national federation, and it's equally important for me to also to be sure, if possible, you're going to meet also the key people that are actually going to be delivering the event, if that is possible, especially if it's being outsourced to another company. What is really helpful for us as an event manager is to receive any type of drawings, venue plans, layouts. If we've done an event there before, even previous camera plans are really, really helpful because it gives us an idea before we get there, and we can ask the right questions. I can't stress the importance enough from my point of view. It's a technical inspection, which means that because you will, once you get on site, we're wonderful people that we work with in all of the national federations, and they want to take care of you. But sometimes I think if you do a technical inspection, it's really key to work with 2 or 3 people and dedicate a certain time slot where you actually walk through the venue. And then I don't like to contradict myself because I'm saying you have to trust and establish a team. So of course there's a place and time for everything. But in some of the places that I went to, I dealt with quite a big delegation. In Iran, we had quite a big group that went through the technical inspection, and it took much longer than it should have taken. From my point of view also, IMG is the key partner for us in delivering an awesome product. So for the event managers, it would obviously really help if IMG would be present during the inspection visits, because we're being asked on camera positions, and obviously some of us are not experts in television questions. So I think this is certainly a recommendation from our side. If at all possible, IMG should be present because they add that much value. And then the last point I already mentioned is, one thing is to meet the people that from the federation, but then it'd be great, for example, even if you can meet the court manager or the venue manager. This is very important. Even, I had one venue tour where the venue manager wasn't present. So then a lot of the questions that you're asking, they're a bit difficult, and then the reality is you have to follow up after you actually leave the inspection visit, which is always possible, but would be optimal if you have the key people, meaning the blue collar working people, with you that can also ask you where you can ask the technical questions. Jaime, anything to add?
Yes, a lot to add, actually. So this is a key moment because, as you heard from previous presentations and from our other presentations that are coming up, here's where you will try to solve in advance a lot of the things, like if there's an issue with the lights, if there's an issue with the giant screen that you see that is quite small, and you ask the questions, where are you planning to put in the temporary giant screen? What type of scoreboards do you have? All those things you can start asking here, and you can report back so they can be followed up. By the time you are starting your preparation for the event, ideally those points have already been raised, and the issue has been either resolved or there is a point that you have to take on as soon as you arrive. For example, when you go to the inspection visit, ideally you can also have a good location for Hawkeye identified. So you don't have to be using your first or second day in the venue during the event, to be looking where am I going to put Hawkeye. So ideally you can use the inspection visit not only to do a checklist, but also to start setting your venue up. Now, hopefully you do the same inspection visit that your venue. But if you are the person that is inheriting an inspection visit from someone else, ideally you can have that report in advance, read and ask the questions back to our colleagues in event operations to say, hey, I don't understand this, what do you mean by this? So you can also try to solve issues in advance. I cannot stress how important it is that you take as many issues with you before you go to the event. So that's my feeling up. So continue.
So we're moving to number 2, upon arrival, and upon arrival here refers to getting to the round robin competition. And my first point is go to the venue. That seems to be quite obvious, at least from my point of view. However, I learned the first couple weeks, because the role of the event manager was new in the system for some of the federations, also some of our technical delegates, that you sometimes had the feeling of, no, like you just go to the venue for a couple of hours and then you go back to the hotel and the rest will be taken care of. It's personal opinion. As an event manager, I think we should be at the venue, especially if, and I'll talk to this a number of times throughout, also in the second part, if we have late access to the venue. But the principle is, yes, we're not a venue manager, but we're event manager, and I think our place should be at the venue because we have different arrivals of the key stakeholders, and I feel like it's very important that we're there when they come, which leads into the second point, meet and greet as soon as possible. And I think if everybody has a notion, I want to see the venue, and they know that the event manager is at the venue, that part is very easy, especially at places where we had different hotels, for example, for the service providers and the FIVB officials with the technical delegate. And then I think the obvious, and that is part of our job, is to create the notion of team immediately, and especially I think it's you can never rest in this, because you might have had 2 great weeks with the great team spirit, but then you have new people coming in, and yes, people can be tired, and people know what they're doing. We have the privilege to work with incredible people, incredible professionals, but every dynamic can be different, I think. So that's why I think we should really, take the proper time, if we have it, to get to know, talk about some of the issues that we already know.
So just to add, I think there's a missing step in between the inspection visits and upon arrival. The days before you actually go, the week before you actually go to the venue, my recommendation is try to get as much information from event operations, as much information from the organizer, and especially the training times, because that will save you a big headache when you arrive and you realize you have your different stakeholders, your service providers, trying to set up their systems, trying to do everything without knowing when the training times are. So ideally, you can tackle that in advance and communicate with your IMG contact, you can communicate with your data project contact, and you can tell them, by the way, be aware these are the training times, so plan your activities around this. Be ready to be late, be ready to start early, because those training times are sacred, so you cannot be changing those. So that would be one step that you can assist, and you can avoid, again, many people coming to you to say, I need to take the net down, but you see Brazil is about to train, so there's priorities that you need to respect. And upon arrival, as a famous person with hair like this said, everything is relative. I completely agree, we need to go to the venue, but that depends on where you are, because sometimes you depend on the transportation provided by the local organizer. Sometimes you depend on the technical delegate that, for political reasons, they might tell you, hold on, let's not go yet, let them finish setting up, we go tonight. We take the afternoon. So It's depends where you are. Depends where you are. I would say, from my experience, we just need to play it by ear and say, okay, we arrive overnight. It's better that you are rested, and then you go in the afternoon, you go the night with the technical delegate. Just if he or she advises, it's better that we go together, don't go alone. You might get some questions that you might not be able to answer. But it's also good in advance to just have a quick note to the technical delegate and say, oh, when do you arrive? When are you arriving? Introduce yourself, and then you start just bridging that gap with them, so you agree in advance when and where. Yeah.
I think one of the keys that Jaime mentioned here is the notion of flexibility. And this is a perfect bridge to the activity schedule. But to be flexible and together with the notion of team, I think, yes, we should be at the technical delegate and the event manager, they got to be on the same page, and they have to be a dynamic duo. So I completely support Jaime in we shouldn't go as event managers rogue and just do our own thing. That's for sure. And the notion of flexibility, it's one of my favorite topic about the holy book of what I call it, of the activity schedule for event managers. The challenge is, if it's only our holy book, it can be a bit difficult. And then we have the IMG run sheet, which from my point of view is more tailored to the actual event, because more recent information fits into that schedule. And then it is also, though, based on the activity schedule is based on a proper venue access, basically. And there were a number of locations where we did not have a timely venue access, which then impacts the activity schedule and even impacted the IMG run sheet, because we didn't, even there we were starting to get late. So this is a big point, I think, from the event managers, that we're working, all of the service providers, the organizing committee, that we're looking at the same sequence of events. And yes, flexibility, we need to adapt it. If we're losing a couple of days in preparation, things need to be moved up. And that's really, it was very helpful for me to begin, because this was the first time I did it, but then realized very quickly that, you need to be able to adapt.
Yeah, and that flexibility is key, because you could have situations where things are happening and you're just there to assist, to sometimes control sponsorship agreements. But there are some times where you realize your Hawkeye equipment is stuck in customs, and you have to work to try to see what's going to be the next step. So you need to, again, and I repeat this all the time, try to solve everything in advance, so you have that window, you have that space, so you can troubleshoot on site, because otherwise it's just going to be a bit overwhelming. If hopefully nothing happens, but if something big happens, you need to be able to react. And then you just need to start prioritizing. So what's our priority? You need to start checking with our colleagues, event operations. You need to go, the next point talks about the venue team WhatsApp/Teams now. So you need to start asking them for, what should I prioritize?
So now we'll move to reporting, and this is really reporting leading up to the event, meaning starting from my point of view from day -3. Could even be earlier if possible, but I understand people are in other events for sure. So from the way we understand it currently, probably best practice models would be that within the venue team, the local team and the people, the core venue team, let's say, and the service providers will use WhatsApp so there's no change basically to last season. But then, and this bullet point, apologize, should really be reading FIVB Microsoft Team. We will use that with the different groups divided by men's and women's pools, dedicated pools, event managers pools, with the support from the office, with the technical delegate. And again, flexibility, The biggest issues that I solved on site, and that's the reality, is if there's really something big, you got to pick up the phone. That is still the most efficient. I mean, if you have to if you really have to make a call on the spot within the next minute, just pick up the phone and call the decision maker. So the reporting is great, but don't forget, you know, from my point of view, the most effective for an immediate problem is still the phone or radio. Obviously, inside the venue, a bit more safe or stable, but that'd be my recommendation.
Yeah, and another point, besides reporting and everything, use the time to get to know the venue team, because you will have about 15 people at least that you're working with, that you are sort of, you should see your role as a integrating part between all those venue team members. Take the time and get to know them. You know, if you're planning to go to dinner somewhere, try to have everybody come with you. Play volleyball sometimes with them. It's a really bonding experience, I can tell from experience. But just try to get to know them and to see them and to see what they need, and because that will make a big difference, and they will be more proactive to communicating, because in some situations some people might not want to say that they're having an issue until it comes a bit too late. So if they just have your trust, that would make a big difference in the venue team.
So this next point is really focusing on taking pictures, and we've discussed this a little bit yesterday, but we'll take some more time from our experience. For me, the key is to establish good relationships with the local photographer. The challenge can be sometimes that it's difficult to establish a relationship because they sometimes just come on day +1. But with some of the national federations, they're actually around before because they're taking pictures of training and so forth. And this should be one of your best friends because there's a lot of times, you know, on the briefing, I think some of the things that I do when they're not for marketing purposes, and I tell them to take good quality picture, but to reduce the resolution as much as we can, to discuss a little bit what Fulvio raised yesterday, which will make the life for everybody easier in the upload when you're on the road, if we're talking about a couple of hundred pictures. And I think the quality will still be fine. I think what I ran into is some of the local photographers are also used to be or still are official photographers, FIVB, and obviously they take a lot of pride in what they do. Yeah. So they want to provide you with the highest quality of picture, but we really don't need that. And again, on the road, and iCloud, Google Cloud, that's a great solution, but I upgraded my data every single week. It had to get bigger. So I think you can save a lot by just reducing the size of the picture. And I was very happy to receive the news yesterday that we won't have to name the pictures anymore that we are uploading. I mean, we'll put them in proper folders. I think that is doable, but that is very good news because from the photographers. No problem.
So, I mean, I can add something on the side here. So you have 3 days of competition. My advice is try to enjoy, but also try to rest. Don't go crazy and think, okay, the competition starts at 6 p.m. I need to be in the venue by 7:30 in the morning. Try to rest, communicate with your team, communicate with your technical delegate. It would be the best advice, and they together agree, okay, we should be there by 10, we should be there by 11. Try to relax, because then the moment leading to the first match and the second match could be quite hectic. So it's a big piece of advice. A technical delegate actually was the one that told me this and said, just rest, you need to be rested for later. So, of course, if your first match is at 2 p.m., you need to be there quite early. So keep that in mind. And then, during the match, during competition, you need to be all over the place. You need to be checking everything. Make sure you visit all the venues, all the venue teams. Make sure you learn what they're doing, because it's important to know what they're doing to know what they need. And especially when you look at the work that Hawkeye is doing. You can go take a look together with the IMG TV coordinator and see how the TV is being set up. Go to the OB van, and then look at data project as well to see how everything interacts, and that would help you also ask them questions, because I don't think we are experts on all this. So, and they will give you good advice on this.
Match days, coordination meeting. This includes also day -1 for me. It's still key to have one proper meeting at least where you have everybody, all the key people around at the same table. You know, we have other key meetings like the TV coordination meeting and so forth, but I feel like there's a big value by still having a proper coordination meeting. Now, we were very flexible then. Obviously, if day +1 was a success, that, you know, we're flexible on day +2, day +3. What we did do was have a hot debrief after the first day of competition, followed the competition immediately after, and, you know, put in some flexibility in there with the timing, and that was much appreciated from my side, because I felt like it provided a lot of value. And then day 2 and 3, in my case anyway, most of them ran really smoothly. For me, it was key to establish a direct communication with the court manager, and in a lot of places if we don't require radios, and you might wonder, how do you do that? You know, so there's a lot of possible ways. If you have good relationship with the venue, you'd be surprised where radios all of a sudden can magically appear, even though they'll tell you they don't have any. So for me, you know, in getting some messages at the time in WhatsApp from the FIVB headquarters, if you have to take care of something immediately, whether it's relating to branding or whatever, because we're not asked to take care of it immediately, you know, or talk to security to move. It's very good to know the court manager and to be able to communicate with the court manager directly, rather than going through your other key contact in the organizing committee that will then inform the court manager. Last second requests, I would like to park it for the next segments that we will have after the coffee break, because I go into detail a little bit. It will refer mainly to how we deal with requests that are outside the international feed, but also inside the international feed, because this was something in 2018 that we managed on site and on a case-by-case basis, and I'd like to park that for the second half.
Yeah, and everything is flexible, so communication with court manager, if you don't speak the same language, might be a bit difficult. So you may want to try to establish someone to help you. The court manager should be your best friend. That's the technical delegate could be a very good friend, but the court manager is your best friend there, because anything that needs to happen, and if you need to do something last minute, they will make it happen. So another piece of advice there. And do you want to speak about the?
Yeah, I skipped number
the
3,
game. I
which
mean,
it's a key. Well, you can take it.
It's a key thing. I think we can write a whole guidelines on how to do this, but it's important that this is established, that with the technical delegate, especially when you have matches that are quite close to each other, and if the first match is delayed, you need to discuss this in advance with the technical delegate, how he or she will decide the delay for the next match to allow for the protocol to take place, and how that gets communicated. You have many different ways. Each event manager probably does it a bit different, but you need to inform everybody. You need to inform all your stakeholders. You need to inform TV. You need to inform everybody. So have that discussion in advance, so you're not running 5 minutes before and trying to find everybody to tell them. So be ready for that. That happens quite a lot, and I expect this year is also gonna be happening more and more because of the timings of the matches. So just keep that in mind.
Post-match reporting, so yeah, I'm talking about the survey gizmo. From my point of view, this has worked well because we were able to save the work, so that it from my point of view, this has worked well. And I started after week 2 or 3, I recommend to start pre-populating or filling in the information as you go, because otherwise, if you do multiple events, all of a sudden, you know, you're running into a situation where a couple of weeks after you're starting to, oh, how was this? How was that? So here I'm talking about the post-match, the weekly report, basically, the big report on Survey Gizmo. I think we can later also discuss on the daily reports or what the best practice would be. From my point of view, if the team, if we raise the issue properly, that is important to take care of in the moment. I understand the daily reports are important for capturing it maybe better for a longer period of time, but we have some recommendations in the second segment on maybe what we could be doing instead.
Yeah, and I think following what Stephen from legal was mentioning before, it's good to keep in mind the reporting, that we have reports to fill in every day, but also if there's an issue, try to get as much evidence or as much information as possible back to event operations, back to FIVB headquarters, so they have a good picture of what's happening. Not only a picture as a photo, but a good picture, an overview of details, facts. Because sometimes a photo might explain a lot of things, but if you don't say, oh, this happened only once, it might create a bigger issue than it should be. So just try to explain that as much as possible, either in the Teams or via email with a picture attached, so everybody's aware and they can make the right decision to support you.
Any questions?
We need to repeat it.
Yes.
You were talking about photographers,
Yes.
and maybe I got confused from yesterday because we talked about it. So there's a local photographer, so then our responsibility is to make sure that the photographer is taking the proper pictures, and then they will give us the pictures, and then we communicate them to the FIVB over and above the pictures that we're taking and that we're tagging and naming.
Should I mention something? Because I think
Sure.
I can explain it. But
Okay.
the question was about the pictures and the uploading and the who puts what, who does what. So there's, just to clarify, there's 2 different areas. One is a list of about 40 pictures that we have to take of behind the scenes, that how things were, how the sticker is positioned, how the office was, how the bench was. And then there's sport-related pictures that are asked of the local photographer. Some of those pictures that we take, the local photographer also has in their briefing. And it also it depends. Again, my friend Einstein, everything is relative. It depends on your situation, because you may have a local photographer that will do the uploading directly, that will send the link directly back to headquarters, or they might send a link to you that you need to just pass to headquarters for the sporting pictures. Your own pictures is a different situation, that you take the pictures, you tag them, but there's about 40 pictures, so it shouldn't be that bad for you to do that. So the main point is you don't need to be renaming all the 2,000 pictures you get from the photographer. Just make sure that information gets to FIVB headquarters. Ideally, you would ask him, if you send directly, copy me, so I'm informed, so I don't have to be after you.
And there's just one additional thing I'd say about the photos, especially when reporting issues. Bearing in mind we're on the other end, and depending on the time zone, we'll always have somebody watching, but it might not be easy to speak straight away. Is if you're reporting an issue, let us know how it develops. If it's a quick fix, just take care of it and say it's done. If it's a developing thing and we need ongoing information, take a picture at the beginning, how it's going on. And a typical one we had, I think it was last year, was the ball carrier.
Yes.
We arrived and there was a ball carrier that was badly branded, so it was reported to us as a photo. Then we had a few minutes later a second one saying, they're taking care of it, don't worry, it'll be done. And half an hour later, it was all beautiful. So it's just so we don't feel like we need to address it from here at a higher level, just to say, look guys, there is an issue, we're taking care of it, we'll let you know when it's done. And then we know we can just not worry about it, it'll be handy.
Could you summarize briefly?
Okay, let's see if I'm good at summarizing. Do you want to take this? The question was, well, the remark was about when reporting an issue, to make sure that you are clear about if the issue is something that's building up, that you need support from, or if this issue is something you're already taking care of and it's only for information. So it's good to know that, because some people might wake up at 6 in the morning, check their phones or emails and freak out for something that's not really an issue anymore, that you might have taken care of. So I think that's the main message. Anything to add?
No.
No?
You covered it well. Any more questions? Anything in the Teams group? Any questions from? No. Okay.
I think also communications between all of us. I mean, we have some people who are experts in some fields more than others. We have really good partners with ING, with Data Project, with Hawkeye. Don't hesitate. The team's on site and then the team's back here. We're all here to work together and achieve the same goal. So there's no silly question. There's no bad timing. Just go ahead and ask, and then we can help.
So the last point from Kirsty was that that communication is a key, and you'll hear us a little bit talking about it in the second half after the coffee break. But absolutely key here that everybody exchanges, meets, spends time together, communicates well, that everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
Thank you.
hi again. I have the pleasure to show you a few details and some slides on what happened last season. Again, it's only it's a debriefing of last VNL season, and hopefully this puts some pictures to our suggestions that we did earlier. So, personally, I had the pleasure to go to these 5 places, so you will see a lot of pictures, information based on the events taking place here in Russia, Turkey, in the Netherlands, Poland, and Iran. So, hopefully these are the positive remarks are bigger than the other areas of improvement. So for all venues, we were, again, it was a magnificent event to work for. It was quite great cooperation from the local organizers, from the venue teams. We had a very important thing happening in Iran. I had the luck to do this for a second year. The first year we had an area of 1,000 people to be sitting to allow women in the stands. And this year, the last year, the federation was able to open more space to that. And at some time, they realized they had more people waiting outside, and they had to combine women and men, which had never happened in the country before. So it was sort of history in the making, and a little bit scary too, thinking, okay, what happens if this is actually not allowed and they're doing it? So luckily nothing happened. So venue branding, as you see in the pictures, was quite different from in some venues. It was amazingly done, as I was lucky to be in Ankara and in Ekaterinburg on the right side. They respected the clean field of play. They did everything that was asked of them, and they went far and beyond. As you see in the outside of the actual field of play, they put additional blue carpet, and that made it look even better. So a suggestion and advice is to ask the organizers to do that everywhere, if it's possible, so we have the same look and feel as you see in these two venues. Well, one had the lights off. I took this picture right before a training session, if I'm not mistaken, but if you have a camera, a beauty shot, a beauty camera, or a camera looking at it, you can see the same colors. And outside the venue in Ekaterinburg, it was you could see that there's an event, a VNL event happening. And fortunately, this was not the case in every single venue, but the Russians did a very good job on this. As I mentioned, the field of play setup was quite nicely done. In some venues, again, this is more, and I guess we'll hear later of the changes happening. But last year we realized, okay, there's some inconsistencies on how far are we letting them put some press tribunes, how far are we letting them put the statisticians. So we just needed to have these guidelines. But these pictures sort of show you there's some platforms being built, not immediately behind the LED boards, but they are built maybe a couple of meters away. So more guidelines on that would have been needed. So not venue outside the venue, it was the case that only one place out of the 5, and only in the hotel, we had a poster. So I took a picture when we were there just to show that, again, in Russia, it was the only place we found this. Ideally, we could have found this in the city, in the airport, but depends on the promotional plan of each organizer. And sport presentation, I have to say, it was quite a fun experience with the sport presentation team in all of the places we were. And they were quite eager to involve us in the decision making when there's a fan camera happening. So at one point, it was so fun that we were looking to identify people in the stands, and I just happened to see 2 nuns doing with Polish shirts. This is in Poland, and all I had to do was just talk on the radio and say section 302 or the section that it was. And the next time they had the fan camera, they just but we had a few changes week after week, and they were quite flexible and quite helpful in implementing this logistically. So they assisted a lot. Hawkeye, again, we had the guys are very young, and they can be looked at as a team that they probably they're here. Oops. But they're really good at what they do, and we had a lot of, as you see in the picture, we had this the challenge referee we're looking at the venue. Again, we had a few incidents, and I think they've already been spoken and already been talked about that I list here. So this was again from July last year. And one piece of experience or anecdote was the issue we had in Ekaterinburg, the week one when the equipment did not arrive. And I was literally freaking out inside, but we managed, or they managed, I was sitting behind just looking, they managed to have a system running in order to do this in, I believe, in less than 6 hours, if I'm not mistaken. So they know what they're doing. Support them as much as you can on site. Data project, again, a good cooperation with them. And when they had to take over the challenge system in Iran, they did it second year in a row that in Iran we couldn't use Hawkeye. And this time they came and they did an excellent job. And then to keep in mind, this is personal remark, to have the matches prepared in advance as much as possible so there's no delays. But I think that's also been taken care of in the meantime. So this is just summarizing what I said. But again, Poland, I saw them when they were in their 4th session, in their 4th week. So they were tired, but I said tireless because they delivered. It didn't matter if it was the 4th week or the 1st week, they were there. And we had in Ankara, Turkey, whoever is going there this year, they have a nice setup, good logistics, good experienced team. So you need to just remind them what they're supposed to be doing. And the rest of the venues are. So some areas of improvement, and I might just skip through them quickly because a few of them are already taken care of. But we just need to, if you look at the picture below, we just need to make sure that information flows. If I'm not mistaken, these LED boards were twice as big as they were supposed to be. And yeah, it's not that they're short, the people there. The LED boards were quite big. So when I arrived, I was quite glad to see the branding and everything. And then I asked the question, what about these LED boards? These are not the right size. So there was a little bit of confusion. And at the end, they managed to bring another set of boards. So sometimes they were not fully aware. Sometimes it was that the federation did not flow the information correctly. And we just need to make sure in advance that they do. I see, for example, the photographers is already taken care of in this case. And I saw personally, I had 5 different venues, so I had my colleagues from IMG were very involved in a couple, 3, 4 venues, and in one venue it was different, but I think that's already taken care of as well. And the Hawkeye situation in week 1, okay, we need to ship this thing earlier and make sure everybody knows that we need to act. Venue branding, as you can see, if I explain this, the top left is the Netherlands, no branding outside the venue, and it was more, it looked more like a local event than a VNL. But again, that has to do with our focus on inside first. So we left this as a low priority. So you see the venue in the middle picture is the venue inside, which looked branding-wise was completely a VNL event. The lower left is Poland, as when I arrived, and we realized, okay, that's all the branding there is. And luckily, we were able to come up with a solution. Somebody here in this room had the great idea to put some branding in the stairs, and that made it look amazingly better. I don't know if I have a picture of that anywhere here. I think this is the picture, if you can. Yeah. I should have made it bigger. But with those things in the stairs, it just made it look like a true VNL event. So depends on the venue you are, you may need to be creative. So some improvement. Of course, outside the venue in Iran, we found this ball being served, and they were playing with the words serving. Yeah, that was, we needed to take care of that, make sure it's not branded with FIVB or Mikasa at the end. And in Iran, we had a good venue, but if you see the yellow part around the field of play, could have been nicer if it was as blue as the other ones with just a simple carpet, to ask the organizer in advance to keep that in a venue that you have that big. And the green part on top as well could have been, for camera reasons, could have been branded better. So it's more when the inspection is done to check these things and make sure that they're aware what they need to brand. Again, it could be something that we will hear later that is already in process of being taken care of. Field of play setup. Again, it's just to have the guidelines. Where do we put the VIPs? How do we put the platforms for TV? Where are we allowed? Where are we not allowed? Just to have that guideline, so when the local organizer asks you, we don't have different event managers coming in and giving them different answers. So they have that in a guideline. The look and feel, again, let me see. Yeah, I left it empty. Now I remember, because there was nothing to discuss here. The assistance in the promotion in the event, we need to make sure we're more involved in that, and to make sure that the hotels, or to request that the hotels at least have some look and feel of the event. Just maybe a roll-up or something that says, here's VNL is hosting, the hotel is hosting VNL. It would be a nice thing to do. Sport presentation, we had the issue where the person doing the supervisor role was from the same country that he was supposed to be supervising. So it was a bit of for him, it was not a clear role, let's say. So the suggestion was to try to use independent people in different countries. Some sporting matters have priority, so as much as we like the sport presentation and everything, we need to make sure that the most important thing is the match that's that's been happening. So that they understand that is something that you just need to sit down and say, if we need to cut your camera, if we need to cut your show, it's because we have a match to be played. Then the producer as well, the SPR producer, in some areas, especially in Turkey and Iran, they did not really understand what this was, and they disregarded it. So the person coming as supervisor was doing two roles altogether. So something that needs to be taken care of, and to be clear what's mandatory and what's optional. So the fan entertainment cameras were seen only as optional in those venues. The SPR producer was able to get them in a couple of the venues. In other venues, it did not really happen. So we just need to know that. with well, we've spoken about the I think in a good sense here, just to have the clear roles and responsibilities of the TV producer, the TV coordinator, to share the camera plans. I think we have spoken of this, and to have the most important thing here is the protocol, to make sure that we have a common way to update between sport presentation and IMG, that we don't have the issue that they're looking at two different protocols like we had in one of the venues. Tehran is a special thing, and I think it's unluckily I'm not going back to Tehran this year, but it's something to see how can it be supported since IMG is not present, as far as I understand, in Tehran for embargo reasons. So just to make sure they're supported, or the event manager is supported there. So just to summarize, the LOCs should be made comfortable sharing their plans, because in some situations they were hiding plans and we just realized at the end, oh, there's a ceremony happening. Oops. They need to know that there's consequences to this. So hopefully they hear about what the consequences will be or have been. Then we have the different situations that we had here. And Tehran, again, they should receive more support to get the event going. Some generic points, and I think we spoke about this in the previous presentation, to include in the site visits, in the inspection visits that we do, to make sure the branding is explained, the core layout is explained, that you define where the statisticians would sit, where Hawkeye would sit. So at the end, you don't get surprised, and when you arrive after your inspection visit 3 months earlier, that the best position you had chosen for your Hawkeye team or your statisticians is taken by VIPs. And then you have to find another place that might not be available. So planning with LOCs as well earlier, trying to get that happening. To get a clear communication to the LOCs of what the requirements are. Of course, they don't read a long 200-page document. So to summarize all the requirements and to have them see where in the big document these requirements are in place would be a good way to help them identify those. To rename what we call the referee clinic to a protocol rehearsal, so it's clear to everybody. I know a lot of people, different stakeholders, when they saw referee clinic, they said, it doesn't involve me, it's referees. So to have that as a protocol rehearsal that everybody has to be involved is something highly recommended if it hasn't been done yet. And the first week is key. That's where we're going to suffer all the punches and we're going to have all the pain. So to consider this moment to have the event managers and also to have some non-experienced ones to come as shadows, and they can also help, as you might need extra hands on site. So venue branding as well. The specific situation we had in Poland where the payment had to be done on site for all that branding that we did on the stairs. It's something to clarify, to see if there is a special allowance or that we can use up to a certain amount of money to do a little bit of branding if we need to. Of course, always check in with Steve and his team. Steve, I'm not going to spend €1,000 everywhere. And then, to implement all these debrief outcomes, which I believe from what I've seen in the last couple of, yesterday and today, a lot of these things are being implemented. I guess we'll hear later about the mega rally procedure, if that's still, if that's something that's gonna happen, if there's a replay light mandatory, and the uniforms for the LOC also to be clarified with the LOC. I don't think that was the case last year, so just needs to be communicated to them so they know in advance. And an idea that I had when we were talking about legal issues was maybe just like we have the teams present their uniforms, it should be either they should be approving these uniforms in advance with the uniforms of the LOC. Or at the latest moment is when we have our first meeting on site, that they bring all these uniforms and they let us see it, what they're going to be using for ball boys, for volunteers, for people, the line judges. So we can confirm these are okay, or we can say, these are, you need to cover something, or you need to change. Well, the roles and responsibilities, like I said, about the world, the protocol, to make sure that we don't modify protocols on site and then they're different from the other protocols. The WhatsApp groups, we are moving a step forward with that, so that's good. In my own case, it's already happened, the assignment to have a week off in between. Thank you guys very much. And the support from Switzerland on weekends and holidays that we felt, and I think we talked about that. It wasn't during the weekend, we felt a little bit unanswered, things were unanswered. But yeah, now I believe you guys have taken care of that issue. The finals, I'm not gonna go over because it doesn't apply to this thing, and I'll just open the floor for any questions, anything I've probably mentioned that could be further explained.
I have a question concerning additional branding, because you were talking at one point about that we want it to be standard, so you had blue around and all of that. So if you get to a venue and you need to add stair branding or whatnot, but who pays for that? Like, how do you go about that? Is it the locals, or is it here, or how do you go about that?
Well, I can tell you the story of. I'll repeat the question. How do you additional branding? Who is supposed to pay for that? How do you go about that? I can mention the story of Poland, and I don't know if it has happened. Feel free to interrupt if it happened anywhere else. But we realized that the venue, when we arrived, it wasn't a normal venue. It was a venue that didn't have a tier, so you couldn't have a tier dressing, really, in reality. You couldn't cover certain parts of the. I can put the picture back, but it had plastic on top. You couldn't really cover that because that was a transparent plastic that would allow people to watch. If you covered it, you'd be in trouble with the people. So we had no choice. The organizer said, "That's as much as I can do. Just put a little sign below, VNL." So that was a camera view. So we needed to have a quick reaction. And I believe it was a conversation via the WhatsApp message with Fabio, the director at the time, Christy, and all that, to see what solution can we do. And the solution came up. It was presented to the organizer, and the organizer said, it's my 4th week, and my budget is run out, so I cannot do anything. And at that point, it was decided that it was being supported from here, and that we just need to pay for it. Now, the logistics of payments, that can be improved, but at the end, FIVB basically paid to have that branding done. Again, it goes with the venue concept that not every venue is the same. So you just need to, when you arrive, take a look and see, okay, are they doing everything they can? 9 out of 10 cases you will have that, but in some situations, you may need to get creative.
There is obviously, as you mentioned, different venues and different branding. Is there like probably a question is more for your colleagues? Is there like a branding inventory inside the venue, basically, that the federations need to tick off? That probably will come later.
Yeah, I said.
And even a city promotion inventory, they need to follow it. It will come later.
Yes, the question was about branding city inventory, but you will see it later.
Okay, just pick up on something you mentioned there about the difference between the IMG World Feed running order and the SBR protocol running order, and sometimes there being disparity between the two. I think the key point is that the World Feed TV running order is a -15 to 0
correct.
protocol, but only at about -7, I think, do the two come together.
Correct.
Because that's the point. So that's why you mentioned there that IMG producers shouldn't be changing that running order. They shouldn't, they don't, but that first 8 minutes is somewhat different. because obviously it's got to be localised to each venue.
Yep.
So there will always be need for an IMG
To change. Yeah.
because in there you're going to have players to watch, results from matches that have gone earlier. So within that framework, which is consistent, there will still be individual needs for the producer to amend things and therefore produce a running order that is specific to that event. So that's the two. You're absolutely right. The key is that nothing changes in the world feed running order, but is consolidated between the in-stadium presentation and the TV event.
Correct.
That should never change. That
Correct.
shouldn't change, and hopefully won't never change.
Yeah. No, maybe I'll summarize quickly. It's about the running order from TV compared to the protocol, which is the running order of the whole ceremony and warm-up. It shouldn't change, as Carl is mentioning. It shouldn't be changing. It's different if you read it from the up to minute 8, minute 7. And then the mention of that was, I don't know if you remember, week after week we were changing the protocol.
Oh, it changed.
Exactly.
Yeah, the difference was last year,
Yeah.
because we only happened upon one very close to the event starting.
Yeah.
We did make some changes
Exactly.
from week to week.
No, but I mean
between
more
us and SBR as
more
well.
on our side
Yeah.
to say, oh, we need to save a minute, we need to,
Correct.
and that coordination was not clear. We noticed that in the WhatsApp groups. We said, okay, in our venue, we've managed to synchronize both because it affected actually those 7 minutes.
Of course.
So we needed to make sure that everybody was in sync. But we realized in my venue that we were not making the changes correctly. And we said, okay, maybe when there is that case, we need to have a central point to say, this needs to change, and that gets dispersed instead of having the last 7 minutes change on site and they don't match the protocol. So it's something to, I guess it's something to look at and to review. How if we need to change the protocol by 1 minute in that period of time,
It will change anyway.
exactly, and that process needs to be clarified to avoid.
But hopefully what won't happen is once it's established, it won't change.
Correct, and to avoid that you are saying, oh, now we have the lineups and the anthems are taking place.
Yeah.
So that's the main point. No more questions? Christian.
Thank you. So I have a 78 slide presentation, and we decided from the debrief and key learnings. So I decided to extract a couple of key messages, and I'd like to preference it in that I had an amazing experience because I did 5 events in 6 venues in the round robin. And out of those 6 venues, we had late access to the venue in 5 out of the 6 cases. So please keep this in mind when you see me talking about some of the challenges. And these are my personal views from my experience that I have for the future. And the late access to the venue has had an impact on almost every area. So please do keep this in mind. And as I'm German, we also have, the reputation of not having any humor and for being very blunt. So I think I will do my best to do that. So the first thing I want to talk to about is get in touch as early as you possibly can. Fabio, mentioned this yesterday. So this is with the organizing committee. Try to get in touch with them as soon as you can, especially if you have something to give them. So yes, at this stage, if I'm contacting LOC to say, I introduce my team or our team and I'm happy to work with you, and then the feedback will come right back. How about chapter 7 of the handbook? Has it been ready? And so I think it's good to get in contact early, but make sure we can also something deliver substantially to the organizing committee. Local venue manager, I think it's always been one of my key contacts from the organizing point of view, and we've discussed in the first portion the technical delegate should really be a team and the ultimate decision taker on the FIB FIVB side that's on site with anything in relation to the field of play, that's absolutely clear. And then of course our service providers that I met so many great people, and there's many others key people, but get in touch early. I think this really helps. For me, being it for the first time, there were a number of times where I contacted the organizing committee a couple of days before, just before I arrived. And I felt the negative impact at the beginning where I thought, like, if I would have done it earlier, it could have been a bit smoother. Point 2 is, as for venue maps, camera positions, flow charts, and this one I've already mentioned. I have not, at any of my venues, I've not received any of those 3 yet. So I've never seen one. So that doesn't mean they don't exist, but this would really help. And next is the integrated schedule, and I think we've discussed this already. I know, and really the key point was, like, who is driving it during the event? Who is making changes, who's adapting it, that we all work on the same basis, really. Because again, I think they both are fine, but the run sheet, the IMG run sheet, is very practical. So it's just very important that everybody works off the same side. Then I think we had some arrivals and departure issues for sometimes very practical reason, delayed flights, but also late venue access as well. It just makes it easier for the event managers if you have 2 or 3 days to prepare the venue than just 1. Information flow. So I will. What I experienced at least was that a lot of the relevant official FIVB documentations, they were passed on to the IMG headquarters, but not necessarily to the local people on site, to the local IMG producer. So relevant documents, and so there was on site always. I felt like we didn't do a good enough job to inform key people what the expectations are. I mean, these are basic things like I had the feeling that they didn't really know what the activity schedule is, and maybe now when we're moving to a new system, maybe that's not that important. But it was things like this. So we ended up, of course, sending during the event. We sent these type of information. And the second point is the request for filming on site should be managed by IMG, and it was. So I have to explain this. It'd be my recommendation that it's being managed or that the local team that's in the venue will be part of it. Because the reality was that when we talked to the producer on site that we have requests for filming, the answer was, this is the responsibility of the headquarters. So we're sending an email or we're calling, and then the feedback is, okay, have you talked to the producer on site? Yes, but it's really your call. So I think anything, and I will reinforce this later with special requests from the outside. Anything that we can take care of in the venue, that would be my recommendation moving forward. Number 5, Jaime brought up the same point. So I think it'd be good. Number 1, to change the terminology of our currently referee rehearsal clinic, and to number 2, reinforce from FIVB, from the event manager side, the importance of an integrated rehearsal. Why? Because, television, I think there's some benefit, especially with my personal experience in Stuttgart, where we did a blackout that was a disaster, and we couldn't test it because we could never test the lighting. So if you're planning on doing a blackout, or if you're trying to do any type of massive introduction with I think it's very beneficial to have IMG and TV present. So food at the venue for service providers, for me it's very important that food is available at the very latest at day -1, because people work very hard. They're very dedicated, and in many times they might be working. They might be on the road for 4 or 5 weeks already, and basically the amount of unhappiness at times just because people had to leave the venue at places for 30 minutes and back. So that's a strong recommendation if there's some type of way how we can have food available, and then I'll stay away from the financial part, how this will be solved. But if it's available at the venue, that would really be appreciated, because then we can more focus on delivering a good product. Photo protocol. So this was the famous. I think each of the photo protocol was clear, so that's good. The challenge was that during week 2 and 3 we had a new photo protocol. We adapted to the learnings, but we also didn't put any stamp of approval on it, so we didn't have a date or a version on it, and that caused massive confusion because the technical delegates received a different version than the event managers and the local organizing committee. So I know we're working on it. I think later in the round robin, it really, at least on my in my sites, it worked fine. Yes. Reporting. Personally, I'm not a big fan of daily reports at all, because I feel like it takes away a lot of our priorities that we have on site. I understand the importance of capturing important information, and I would much rather prefer an issue tracker where we can just put issues in that we need support or that really need to be flagged for the future. Something that's unacceptable, yes, and documented with a picture, but from my, and it also depends, having done 5 weeks in a row, the daily reports, they became quite, it was difficult. And so issue tracker, there's many other great ideas out there, I'm sure. So that'd be the recommendation. Security is extremely important for me, and the involvement of the event managers. And so what I did at each of the venues, I asked kindly if I can participate as an observer to their initial security briefing. So this will also highly depend on the country. Yes, I think flexibility is the notion. So if you're ever going to be at a place where somebody will tell you, listen, you can't be there, of course we're going to respect that. There's no question. But so I was there at every security briefing. It's a 10-15 minutes briefing. On the second day when you're there, you can actually, they'll ask you questions. How do you guys, and these are tiny things, starting with the outfits of the security guards, for example. I was in a couple of countries, in my home country, where we don't necessarily have the notion of the hospitality approach of security. So believe it or not, if you explain it properly, everybody tried, to adapt and try to show the great game that in all areas, the family atmosphere and the security, they become, we had some security guards, I kind of bribed them dancing at the end with the sports presentation. Yeah, I think we briefly, Steve mentioned it yesterday, with the current events happening all over the world. I think we should be there just with an open ear to understand the local procedures and also give our input. And if you tell the security guards that, we don't like black shirts that have massive security guard on there, when the local law asks them to stand while the ball is in play, difficult during competition to walk up to them for the first time and say you need to change your outfit. So it's just a complete no-go in most countries. But if you establish that relationship earlier, they've been very, very helpful. So we'll speed up a little bit. Preliminary inquiries. I think there's a great benefit if it's possible for the event manager to to attend the preliminary inquiries. It reinforces the notion of team between the technical delegate and the event manager, and you can really clarify a lot of issues. The reality for me was why I was not able to attend most of them was because I was still at another venue while the other preliminary took place. So, but now with most of us having a week in between, this will make it, in between the events, will make it much easier. FIVB VNL uniform. So this is me dreaming in a personal view, because on site the experience with ball moppers and retrievers was brutal, because some of our national federations, they produce beautiful clothing, they invested a lot of money, and we had to tell them on the spot, you can't wear it. This happened everywhere I was. So I'm trying to figure out a way, how can we try to avoid this? You know, because this is really something that it happened every time. And yes, I try to get the information early. Most of the time, I got the shirts presented on game day, right? I mean, there were all kinds of issues. I mean, branding issues, messaging issues. I mean, all kinds of issues. So in a perfect world, you know, it'd be great if we would have VNL shirts for ball kits. I'm not sure how far we are, you know, probably not. But to sensibilize the National Federation early enough, the marketing team working with each other, that there's an approval process on the uniforms to be used on the field of play in particular. I know with the service providers, you know, from my point, it's important, the ones that get the VNL uniforms, that they get them. Because if we're, you know, we want to create the notion of team and you say everybody gets a uniform, and then with a couple of people that just didn't get them. But this is all water down the river already. I know this was a natural first year growing pains. Guidelines, policies and procedures, be really appreciated to have some of them. Jaime mentioned a few. I will highlight 3 that I would like us to discuss in the future or develop. One is location of team statisticians, press platforms behind LEDs. And they don't have to be, yeah, they can be guidelines, you know, best practice, but something in writing that you can provide to the organizer. That it's not just the event manager coming up with a new idea that the team statisticians can't be anywhere near camera 1 position, but they've actually seen it before. So that will really help. Then a personal entertainment outside the international feed. So in Poland and in Germany, for every single game, I had a request coming up. Sometimes the day before or sometimes an hour before. And it'd be my recommendation to empower the event managers or to establish something that anything outside the 15 minutes, the international feed, can be taken on the spot. Granted, there is no branding, marketing issue, because this was, and I felt like, you know, it was by design by some of the national federations that they waited so long to give the information. And it really caused unnecessary stress, you know, because on the one side also IMG wants to be informed, and we should, while, you know, a lot of times if it's not within the 15 minutes, IMG sometimes will tell you, well, you know, that's good, thank you, but we don't really, not in a negative way, but we don't really care because it won't be on the international feed. So this would be something to clarify, you know, until what point can we have local initiatives. And then a big one for me is a delay, postponement, and cancellation policy. Like, what do we do in case? So this could be related to just a very long game 1, which currently we, you know, in some of the pools, or I don't know, in most we have 2.5 hours in between, so it's kind of tight, but it's fine, we can manage it. But it's also delay can be because of different reason. Because of a different reason, a postponement, I don't know if we've had that. If we had a postponement where, you know, a match was moved from day +1 to day +2, I don't know. I hope we won't have it. And definitely I hope we won't have a cancellation. But basically this would be a number of documents related to this. Is number 1, a practical step-by-step. How do you process on site? How do you communicate about it? Who do you involve? What's the decision-making process? Because the impact, obviously, of a cancellation would be quite drastic. LED rotation approval, and I don't, you know, Tom, I'm surely will talk about later a little bit. My question was, when I got there, is what are we actually approving? So we have an Excel sheet where we get all of the approved sponsors with their logos. But then we are sometimes in countries that have local sponsorship that comes in the last second in a language that we don't necessarily understand. And so what are we actually approving? Is it the logo, the slogan? I think the rotation is pretty easy to approve because you have a time sheet where you approve the location, but this is actually anyway. Look and feel. There was very little compliant promotion outside the city. We did actually, believe it or not, we had some that was non-compliant. Obviously, Poland is a wonderful volleyball country. We had an amazing atmosphere inside the venue, but outside the venue, something that Jaime mentioned, airports, hotels. And I really think, you know, the athletes' hotel is a key one to make them feel that that the VNL product that we're really trying to move forward. Theatrical lighting, I think this is great. Same with for players introductions, but I mentioned this before already. We had a federation invested a lot of money in temporary lights, and they were delivered in the morning of day +1. So we weren't able to test it. We made the decision on site that we are going to go with it. So we're going to do it live, and we paid the price for it. It didn't work. It was a disaster because it took about 10 minutes until the lights came back up. And Hawkeye wasn't happy with us, which is very rare. But and it was our fault because, you know, we made the call, and literally what we did, we stopped it for the rest of the round robin, which was unfortunate because it's something that we'd like if we can test it, but we have to tell the organizer that they can't be using it. EM's presence in the venue, I think I covered this in the first half. I think that should be our base. Not killing ourselves, but this is where we should be. It's never good when people ask, you know, where's the event manager during the event. So I think we should be there. And then in the preparation, apologies, this in the preparation phase, that the event manager will be in the loop as much as we can with all relevant discussions between the organizer and FIVB with the different departments already. So if there's something that impacts us with marketing, it'd be great to be in the loop. The same thing with legal, theoretically, so within all of the departments. And that is it. So thank you very much. Any questions?
I'm not sure if you can. You were talking about entertainment.
Yes.
Is the FIVB also aware for shows that take place during the match? Because I'm thinking in Japan, for example, they had cheerleaders, and we kind of had an issue with how the cheerleaders were dressed. They were 8-year-olds that were a little bit more suggestively dressed than I think we want if we're representing a family sport. So are these also put in front for approval by the LOC, which is we're going to have cheerleaders, this is how they're going to be dressed, like the full look between all the matches?
I mean, basically, what we're trying to do is get as much information on what is planned as early as we can, and that's some of the challenges. So what we're asking a lot of times is the outfit of the cheerleaders. What you'll hear a lot of times is we don't have them, they won't rehearse on day -1, they just come on day +1, and then, believe it or not, they do have, there is a branding issue, for example, if we're talking about the commercial side of their outfit. But the key is really to know what is planned as early as you can, because then I think you're always able to find a good solution together. But the tough one is the late second request, and this is the same for entertainment. In Poland, we had the #1 performing artist, national performing artist in Poland. So it first started. She wants to do a couple of songs outside of the international fee. Yeah, no problem, because she's great. We love her. A couple of minutes later, well, she's actually gonna do one on court during the game. And so these are that as early as we know these, and some of yes, I would like to take all decisions that we can inside the venue, but this was clearly something that needed escalation, and the sooner we will know it, because the people that we're escalating to, they have a few other events to attend to, so the sooner we know it, the better.
What was the answer for the performance during the match?
We had it. Yeah, it was great. I loved it. Yes, we did. Yeah, there's video.
Christian, it's not so much a question, more a sort of declaration, really, and a reassurance that what you talked about, the activity schedule and the IMG schedules being two completely different documents. I think it's fair to say that from our side last year, we didn't really know what the activity schedule was, because it varied from every event that we were at, so there wasn't a consistency. But the good news is that this year, with Steve, I think has just left the room, but Steve and his team, Steve's in the back there, and our team, there is ongoing discussions, and a joint activity schedule stroke IMG TV schedule is being put together for all events, particularly for day -1, which, as we all know, is the critical day from a TV perspective. We only arrive that day, and most of the rigging is done that day. And the idea of what you call the referees clinic is being rechristened. It will be a full TV and dress rehearsal. Right. And of course, the other important point about that is that it will be put at a time that means that TV crews that have been on site from 9 o'clock in the morning can still take part in it. So it will be put in a sort of late afternoon, early evening slot, alongside, obviously, the big issue, as we all know, is training times in the arena. One thing I would point out that has been pointed out to me by a lot of my teams is the management of the training times on day -1, because often they're built into a schedule, which is a pretty tight one then. Say, for instance, rigging of overhead cameras, and say you've got a training session from 11:30 till 12:30, and then another one started at 1 till 2. That 12:30 till 1 was probably our only time to get in. Yet many venues, those training schedules are not supervised. So the team that's training from 12:30 carries on training until the second team turns up, in which case you've then lost that half an hour, 1 hour window to actually rig the cameras.
Yes.
So that caused lots of problems, because it was felt that there wasn't really anybody from either FIVB or local event organisers to manage the training times and say to Brazil at the 12:30, you've got to go now, lads. I know there's no one here, but there's important jobs to be done in the arena before the next one starts at 1:30. Yes. So that's all being built into a schedule.
May I, and since Steve is here too, who's the process owner of the schedule, of the new schedule?
I think in a spirit of collaboration, it's a FIVB stroke IMG, all of us, I think, in real terms, in the round. Yeah.
As I'm German, I can be penetrant and very quite specific. But who is actually who is driving it? Who is implementing the changes if they're needed to be made?
So
on site.
In principle, because it's related to the competition, we would be allocating that responsibility to the technical delegate.
Okay. Any more questions? No questions from team, from the world out there? Okay. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Some of you may have known me already. Some of you that do not know me, my name is Thanathorn Suvarnamai, and yes, I go by Tom, it's easier. That's of course, right now I'm working for event operations team. I used to be working for the volleyball events team. Now I'm focusing solely on branding, sport presentation, promotion, and ticketing. For now, we will talk about the VNL brandings because this is an essential part of the delivery of the events, how it looks on TV, and obviously this is a very crucial part because we always face a situation that we may not expect it, and there's some situation that we have to be a problem solver to, act fast, make decisions, and get it going because this is a very, very difficult part of the events. So when it comes to brandings, obviously we have VNL branding materials and which are available on DAM platform. Some of you may have already know already how to use the platform. Some of you may not. We will be able to send you a document of DAM platform and how to work on the platform, how to use and everything. So first of all, I would like to discuss about the file location. So in DAM platform, you will see that you have a folder in your portals that it is allocated VNL branding material. So in that case, it will name marketing plan, branding kits. So what do you find here? What you find here is the core element that we are producing. It does not customize to every single venue. We do not have a lookbook for each venue because 42 venues is a lot. So the process, what has been before is that we suggest them the brand inventory. We suggest them the city promotion inventory, which I can share with you later on. I have the whole branding list, which tells you exactly what kind of branding we are expecting to have in a venue. Obviously, we also have one that for the city promotion. So in that case, we are providing, this year we're providing branding 4 months way ahead before our events. It's a big improvement from the previous years. And we are continue to improve this and to have local organizer and national federation to have them at least 6 months before events. So on this DAM platform, you will be able to find some elements like accreditations, lanyards, tier dressings, official marks, official logos, in other words, and obviously like press photo and everything. So when you guys are accessing this, obviously you National Federation will have the same access as you. They will have this. So in case when you're on site and they are looking for some files that they need to print, they need to use, what you can do is that you can go along with them going through this, or obviously you can call me. I'm a hotline already for branding. So last year we had a lot of situation, that we have to solve, and obviously, yeah, I'm one of the main hotlines for you for all event managers. Downloading process, obviously, in this platform is very easy. You can find the icon within the folder itself, subfolder itself, which you will also find in the manuals of DAM platform that we will provide you. So what they do is that National Federation download all the branding materials that they need to use. They analyze what they're going to use in the venue, outside venue, or whatever promotional campaign that they wanted to use. And then they send for approval. So in the approval process, way in advance, we are trying to get in touch with them to send everything through DAM platform for approval. So there we will be working on a workspace, something that you guys are already familiar with. And by doing that, they will upload whatever branding material for approval in this workspace. I will approve them and put them in approved assets, where you will find what has been approved, what has been sent to me. But of course, we have a few criteria of approval. If everything is sent to me, obviously I will be the one who can, justify, getting back to them, approve the assets, and try to make sure that you don't have to put effort on this process. So you will have already approved assets that you can print out, take it to an event, and make sure that it's going accordingly to what you see on the website, on the platform. Criteria of approval, of course, we have to respect brand guidelines, we have to respect the inspirational guidelines, Obviously, there will be some creative artworks from different national federations, as long as it has been respecting the guidelines. We are okay with that, because some venue has uniqueness of different aspect of the designs and everything. So this is something that you don't need to worry about at first. But of course, come to the next point is on-site approval. In reality, they will not send 100% of what they are going to produce to me, and this is the problem. We are trying to educate them. We try to get them to send everything to us. But obviously, some federations do not have they do not allocate a person, especially for branding. So this will be a little small task for us, you, event manager, and me, to work with when you guys are on site, -2, -3 days. This is something that we will need your help to take an eye, to go around venue, to go around towns. Obviously, we can ask them what you have been produced and what has been approved. Obviously, I'm available for calls. I'm available for WhatsApp. So any questions regarding on-site approval, you can let me know. I would say that if there's something that respect the guideline and you already know, like let's say a logo itself, this is something that you can already try to approve. But in a way, if you're not confident with what should be approved and should not, you can also ask me. Approved asset, obviously we will have the approved assets per each national federations. So whatever federation you're going to, I will try to have as subs folder to the city as much as possible. So I will place all the approval files in the respective folders. So let's say someone goes to Ankara, I would try to have a Turkey in Ankara. Obviously Poland and some other countries, you have different cities. I would try to make it available for you to be more precise on each field you're going to. So this is pretty much the DAM platform process and how you can find the files, how I approve the files and where is the approved access going to be. Big change for 2018-2019 is the logo itself. Obviously, when you take a look on the top left, main logo, you see that there we will have a small adjustment on the word volleyball. You see that in 2019 we increased the word of volleyball, and this is because of the rights of using the words Nations Leagues. This is something that we had to use, we have to implement for 2019. Do not worry about this, because in 2019 branding kits, everything has been adjusted, updated already. So we are facing with one issue, is that some national federation are not very active. So they might, and will be, I'm pretty sure, will be one of the cases that they will use the old logos in 2018. What I have done, I have been sending couple emails to National Federation, also to specific person in marketing department, to make sure that the logo has been updated. I also deleted a folder of 2018 for them not to access, but you never know. They might have used the downloaded logo, which it will happen, I'm pretty sure. So what are we going to do? We will try to foresee as much as possible. So as what I mentioned before, when they send everything for approval, I will try to be as close to them as possible to let them know what has been changed and what has to be changed. Obviously, there are some items that will not be submitted and will be on site, and this is something that we will need your help. So there are a couple of logos, not a couple of logos, though different type of logo designs, which is the main logo, secondary logo, small logo, vertical logo. This is something that you can find all on DAM platform. You can study them. Obviously, I will have the brand guidelines. I will have the inspirational guidelines for you to see and learn how is the branding works in FIVB, in specifically in Volleyball Nation Leagues. As in previous presentation from Jingyi, you are now aware of Ganten. So Ganten is our new partner, and we will have several different special cases for Ganten and some of other rights and in agreement with that we have with some of our sponsors. For example, Ganten and Banco do Brasil. So last year, those who are working with the pools that has Brazilian team, you are aware that the commercial court layout is changed, is different than others. So here I have about 5 versions of court layout, which is more than last year. Last year we only have 2. So now we have 5 because of there are some pools in China that Ganten is, that they do have the rights of having floor stickers. So this is the main one. This is the neutral one without Brazil playing, first of all. Obviously, we will have this in the handbooks already. It will be there. I will also try to make sure that National Federation are aware of this. But the good thing is, court layout, commercial court layout are all LED and digital assets, which can be changed within 1 or 2 minutes easily. So this is something that's really quite easy for you guys. But what also changed in court layout in this year is that if you see the floor stickers, on top you will have 2 VNL, and at the bottom you will have the whole city names. So what happened last year is that we have the integrated top view camera from IMG, which is actually, we had a really good feedback from that. And what problem that we are facing with is that the floor sticker in previous year was higher than what you see here. So what happened is that some venue has a very low ceiling. The top camera cannot capture the whole pictures of the field. So what we did this year is we moving both floor sticker on top and the bottom closer to the field of play, closer to the courts. So there's some changes that we are making this year. So when you are on site, please make sure with them that they measure. Actually, I have the measurements there. It's actually 40 centimeter from the court. So everything is there this year. So this will be easier for them to measure and place the logos. Second one, you see on the right-hand side, the service line, the new Ganten logo. This will be used in the Chinese territories. Banco do Brasil on top right now, and the floor sticker is girl floor. So this is a neutral game, but with Brazil playing, Brazil in the pools playing. And this is in case of Brazil playing in China. So you have both Ganten and you have Banco do Brasil. Yep, so there's several cases. At the back, you see on the very left, we have a social media call to action. There are some cases that we might not have that, and to add, our partner into it. And this is the case of the finals. Yes, this is the case of the finals. But this is the case of the final for men's. Case of the final for women. We will have Ganten. Plus, if Brazil is there, we will have Banco do Brasil. So this is a very tricky equation that you have to figure out. But obviously, I will be the one who letting you know which field, which pools, whatever countries you are in, which court layout you are using. Obviously, when we have Gantens, we are changing a bit on the backdrops, mix zones. We will have several different new materials that we're going to implement this year. First of all, the backdrop, as I told you, with Ganten, is an extra global partner. Also with press conference backdrops, related to Ganten again. Obviously, it has been raised in the previous presentation, the player benches. So this is the look of player bench. It will be delivered on site. So National Federation has to take care of domestic logistic and installation. And talking about the rest of branding, what you see here is a part of inspirational guidelines, which are used mainly in TV. So we have different graphics going on in the openings, and there's different types of designs that already in our guidelines. What I want to raise here is that what else that you see other from what has been presented here and in brand guideline and inspirational guidelines, please report back to us, because that are not respective, not respect to the whatever we trying to design. They can try to create some different elements based on what we have, but that needs to be approved also. But if you see something that is way off, mostly will be in Asia, because the language barrier, and also I think it's Russia, because they need to translate everything in their own language, because it's part of the law. This is something that if you're not aware of, and if you see it on site, please letting us know, and we'll talk to respective people in the volleyball events to see if this has been approved locally, or is there a law that we need to obey. Come to on-site branding. There's two parts of brandings that I wanted to scope down, which is physical branding and digital branding. Obviously, we have a approved asset in DAM platform, and unexpected branding, never been approved or submitted. This is a surprise, and this is why I call myself a hotline call for you guys, because every time you guys see something different, there's always a call to me, and we try to make this approval together. Or if I need to raise this issue to the top management in terms of brandings and budgets, I will try to make sure that you guys have an answer as soon as possible. And obviously the last part is the reporting, is what you see and what you don't see, what has to be there but not there, what are the surprises that you see, what are the new design that you haven't seen before, these kind of things that you will see on site. Most of our event manager already face a lot of different situations, and it's actually quite fun last year to help solving these problems. So, sorry, I skipped one slide. Physical branding. There will be a lot of brandings, mostly allocated to the field of play inside the venue, like tier dressing, field of play, floor stickers, this and that, tables, cover, everything. So this is something that you need to be aware of when you're inside the venue. On the top, you see the good examples of what we did in Lille. On the top left, you will see that we have branded every single area, which is in the camera site, from the player drop-off, walking through to player changing room, to the changing room, to the field of play, and obviously we are trying to emphasize what is most important to National Federation and us is what is on the first camera site. On the bottom part, you will see that there are some elements, just for example, that you will see and you will face in some of the pools that you're doing. Bottom left is in Bulgaria. ASIC is our partner too. That's correct. That's not wrong. But the lanyards that we are doing is actually a Volleyball Nation League's lanyards, not a sponsored lanyards. So this is something that you might see in some different venues. So if they have some other sponsor doing this and there's not respect to what we have, you can send it to us, let us know, and we can proceed on that, on if we are allowed to have this. Actually, sponsorship are okay with this because it's ASICs, and I don't think at that time they are not be able to change it in time for the lanyards. Second is my countries, Bangkok, Thailand. What do you see here? So what you see is that in Asia, and you will see on the last photo too, in Asia, we love to include sponsor. Exposure of sponsor is one of the main part in Asia. So what happened for them is that they respect whatever is in the venue. But what outside the venue, they always request if they can have sponsor exposure outside the venue in every single branding. In the case, I would say yes, it's okay, because it's not, they still have rights. to expose the local sponsorship. But this needs to be approved. This has been approved, so it's okay. But you see that there's so tiny little sponsorship for the local federation. It's massive. It's about, I think it's 20 sponsors. When Jingyi raised the issue about the category release, this is something that you need to be aware of, because sometimes they add sponsor in the last minute. So what is the best approach to this? Go there, take a photo, send back to us, let us know if everything has been approved, the design has been approved, if the category has been released, and we can go about that later and try to let you know if it has been approved or it has not. The third photo is also from Bulgaria. You see on the bottom part of the podiums with the branding. Obviously, this is under camera one. No one sees it. But in terms of delivering the events, branding is a crucial part. People are going to our events. If they see a nice event, if they see a nice branding, they know that this event has a quality. They have a quality to this event. They know that they put some efforts into these events, make the events much more, better experience for everyone. What you see on top in Lille is that I try to brand every single area as much as possible to make sure that not only fans, but media, but player also feel that this event is big. We have a quality event, not just the fan itself, not just the people watching on TV, but for them too. So it is not mandatory for the local federation to brand what is outside the field of play, except for mixed zones, press conferences. But some countries like, I would say, Bulgaria, Thailand, some countries that you have been, they actually put a lot of efforts into this. China, there are a lot of efforts into this because they want to promote the events. On the last photo, it's quite funny. So, from the meeting I had with the organizer in China, they told me that, Tom, I don't know what happened here, but I think you sent me a wrong files. This file was sent to 42 pools. Only one wrong. The one reason is that they never sent for approval. They never sent this for approval. I never seen this. When we create an artwork, we create an artwork based on the size, 5 meter by 3, 3.5 by 3 or whatever, right? So in this case, it's a really weird looking backdrop that we cannot have it in our events, because main part is our sponsorship is on, our sponsor and our partner is on top part, where definitely when they zoom into the face, you will not see it. Not even their own local sponsor, right? So this is something that shows you what important of approving on-site before and submitting the files before events. It is very crucial. I have some photos here from last year in Vietnam. This is in, if I'm not wrong, it's Suwon, Korea. When one of our event managers were there, they do not have this branding in front because we don't have a lookbook. That is one of the problems, because it's so many pools we have. So we don't have a lookbook. So what I did last year, based on what I can do, is request them for the photo from the first camera on previous event, so I can ask my designer to design and to do a mock-up of venue dressing. Unfortunately, in Suwon, in Korea, they did not send any photos to me, so I do not know what it looks inside, how it looks inside, and what are their plans according to the venue branding. This is something we added on site, and it's really important because it's in the first view of the first camera. Next is UFA. You see, this is a very nice branding, very clean, very nice. So this is something that we are looking for, to have a very nice branding in front of camera ones. Here, also in Thailand, you see, I'm sorry for the photo, it's very small, but you see on right top corner and left top corner of the court, you see the black fabric materials is actually speakers. So they actually try to create more vibe in terms of sport presentation, but the way they place the speakers there is covering the branding. So this is something that sometimes we can actually talk to the local federation when you see what's going on site when it's -3. They can have blue fabrics, they can have brandings or whatever, but this is something that we need to foresee. Of course, on my side, I will try my best to let them know about the importance of this camera view. Next, I'm going to show you an example of me and my boss Steve did in Torino. We actually make an illusion. So what happened is, we did not foresee that they will move the tribunes to the right. When you see in the photo, on the left-hand side, you see the black path, which is the stairs for the tribunes. We were expecting them to move and align with the tunnel. They did not do that. So what we did, we tried to find a carpet to make an illusion. And even better than that, we taped them we taped the carpets with the yellow stickers. But what it really show on the first on the camera one is actually a very good pictures, because you will not see what is really bad and unplanned tribunes before. So this is something that we try to emphasize and give one of the most importance to when it comes to branding, is that whatever on the camera one should be branded, should be designed to make it look at its best. Next, more fun stuff with the LED running order. I know this is one of the big headaches because the file is so big. Some of the event manager take about 1 or 2 hours to open the files. Unfortunately, like it or not, we will still proceed with this because it's the only way that we see the whole pictures of LED running orders. And Christian was mentioning about what happened when you have a sponsor added in the last minutes. What I try to do is that I would like you guys to work with the local federation to get the designs sent over to us. If you don't know what it means, please ask the local federation for the meaning of it. Let me know, and we will talk to our sponsorship team. What is really important is that it should not be a political message. It should not be a message that it's like a propaganda. It cannot be. So I will base it on the company logo. If they want to have promotion, yes, of course they can, but we need to know what it says exactly on the board. So we had an issue last year in Poland when no one knows what it means, but I did not approve. So at the end, they gave me an answer that is just the way of the promoting cities and the city promotion, which is great. I don't mind that. In running order, we will have mostly commercial parts, but there will be some parts which is social media call to action, something like volleyball.world, volleyball TV, local loops and everything. Some of the elements I will talk in the next presentation for sport presentation because that is coming from them. But just for you to be aware, there will be commercials part, which is us, our sponsor, local federation sponsor, sport presentation elements that will change from time to time based on the timing, like starting 6, national anthem, big moments, something like that. And yeah, so FIVB messages. So these are the 4 main topics that we are looking into when it comes to running orders. I think this is pretty much it for now. I actually missed one point, which is the Mikasa ball card. We actually have a prototype right here in our in the marketing department, but the design has not been approved yet. It will be approved today, so obviously we will include this in the whatever material that we are going to provide to you. So we will provide all the materials for Mikasa ball card. Local federation will need to take them and dress it on the ball card that we already sent. I think this is pretty much it for my side on branding. Is there any questions that you would like to raise?
Thanks. I have one question regarding the inventory. You mentioned that the approved basically branding
Yep.
would be in, I believe, in portals.
Yes.
And then in portals, correct?
Yes.
Will there be a split between print items and digital
Yes.
items?
So in that platform,
Yeah.
I will have various items in. I will have a subfolder. So you have venue dressing. In venue dressing, you, from what I can remember, is tier dressing, backdrop, press conference, backdrop, the tables, and la la la. And obviously you have stationaries, folders, and pens or whatever. But we did not design everything. Some of the elements like accreditation falls into various items. There's some city promotion. So what you see in DAM platform are the elements that can be used for core item. And what I mentioned before is that we do not have lookbook for every single national federation. The approach is that we create the guideline, we create inspirational guidelines, we create a core element for them to use in local adjustment, and also for some different design that they wanted to do. So let's say that they want to do a pen, right? We do not have a design for that, but there's a logo for them that can be used. If they want to make a backdrop to cover certain area, like let's say some country has power generator outside, it doesn't look good, they want to make a cover. So what they can do is they will use the core elements that in this folder, work on it, adapt it into whatever they want to produce, send back for approval. So this is quite a tricky part, but so far it has been good. But obviously I will have a branding item, the list of branding that we are expecting them to do. Some of them are mandatory, some of them are optional, some of them people actually do it more than we ask them to do. So this is my questions, my answer to the questions.
Hi, Tom.
Hey.
Two pretty short questions from my side. The first one is with regards to the floor stickers.
Yes.
Are these being produced here and being sent to the venues,
Correct.
or are they being produced locally?
So our volleyball department, which is that one of our colleagues, Jeremy, he working with sporting equipment. So in sporting equipment, you're talking about the net band, you're talking about the net pole cover, Mikasa ball cards, floor stickers. So these are the several items that has been produced on our side, shipped to them. And what they only do is just unpack it, place it on the floor.
Okay, second question regarding the ball cards. I think Kirsty mentioned there'd be one per venue or one per team. My experience last year was that the teams were using multiple ball cards during the warm-up, whenever.
Correct.
We had one that was the official one, and then there was others that were different colours. Sure. Yes, they were Mikasa branded, but they were different colours, etc. Is this something that they are allowed to use, or do we want to veer away from that?
So what happened is that last year we sent 2 Mikasa ball cards to them, and obviously they already have a few other ball cards that we sent in the previous year. So during trainings, before the match day, they can use whatever they want, but it has to be Mikasa. On the match day, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to implement this branding. So they need to dress, they need to keep 2 Mikasa ball cards, dress them, and use them during match day. during training, they can use the previous version because I'm ball card, no problem. Yeah.
Thank you, Tom. I just have one question, and we had a discussion from one or a couple of the event managers raised it, and then we also discussed with local IMG, and I think the spirit was everybody was supportive, but I was just following up when branding. Are we planning on producing windshield, microphone windshield branded?
Yes. So
We've done it.
Perfect.
yes. So we talk. So just to answer in YouTube, so we had a discussion with IMG. They're already on it. So they're gonna make a microphone foams with VNL logos.
Tom, quick question for you. You mentioned the net.
Yes.
Are we doing the same thing as the previous 2 years, having net stickers, or we don't worry about that anymore?
Nope. You don't need to worry about that anymore. It has been in the pipeline for Senor to print an actual logos, Mikasa and Volleyball Nation Leagues on the net band. So it will be printed. It will be already one set done. Finished.
One less thing to worry.
I actually forgot to raise one of the points that you guys has been discussing in the previous presentation. Uniforms, the ball retriever, moppers. So this year, I have initially discussed with marketing and sponsorship. So what we are doing right now is that we will make a guideline with the shirt design, potentially to have a visual design of the actual Volleyball Nation League's official shirts and how to apply sponsorship on the shirt. So this is already in discussions. Marketing has already produced the shirt layout. We just need to work with sponsorship team on how would they like to implement the sponsorship. So that will be sent to them within this week, next week, to National Federation. Are there any other questions? Yes, of course, in this meeting, I'm talking mainly on the implementation side. For TV graphics, it's marketing department who's taking care of the TV graphics. Also for Hawkeyes, I actually got in touch with one of your colleagues about the branding. I already sent everything over and it seems to be okay. I have not seen anything from your side if you need anything from me, but it seems to run smoothly from last year. This year it's just a change of logo. I sent it already with the tier dressing and how it looks, so it should be okay. Yep. Okay, that's it. Thank you. And next. Oh, okay. Sorry. I already changed it. Hi again, guys. So on the second topics that I'm going to be talking about is sport presentation. In this presentation, I'm going to talk briefly about how the sport presentation teams operate. This is not something that you really need to be working on because they also have their jobs on the event side, but you will be working together with them closely on the production side of the events. So in sport presentation team, obviously from FIVB you have me as a contact person, and on site you probably met all of them already. First is Kelly Reed, executive producer. Second is John Kalabolgis. He's assistant producer, helping Kelly out with, last year he helped out with the Nervo and social media. Third is Master of Ceremony, or in other words, MC, Mark. And last person is Michael Starry, or we call them DJ Starry. So these are the core people who's working in the sport presentation team. Obviously, we have a list of sport presentation producer, supervisor, just like you guys, event manager. Unfortunately, I don't have all the pictures this year because some of them changes. So I cannot show you the pictures yet. So the scope and what are their roles. To ensure that each national federation producing a top level of events. We are sending and distributing the producer supervisor to each pool, just like event manager. So you guys will be connecting in each and every pool. We also have a list, and I think this we can share with you, so you can already get in touch with them in advance. Probably you might have met a few of them before, so it would be easier for you this year to work with them. Obviously, last year was the first year that we went full on with distributing the sport presentation supervisor. So that's why there's a bit of struggling. There's a bit of not very consistency on how to approach in several situations. What they are doing, they need to coordinate and work with local SPR team, the producer on site, the MC on site, DJ on site, with Hawkeye team and data project, of course, and with TV producer. So this is something that they will make sure on site on the production of the events. There are checklists, just like what event manager has, for them to do on -3, -2, -1 rehearsal, and also game days. Here, just brief information, what they need to check. Obviously, they will be with you. You guys already going to check these kind of equipments anyway, but they will be the one who operating it. Giant screen, LED perimeters, PA system, public announcement for MC, and obviously we are moving forwards for the referees to have a PA system. So whenever we had a situation with Hawkeyes and it's not clear on the graphics and people inside venue do not know, or people on TV do not know what the call is. Sometimes you have a team calling it for ball in, ball out, but this player might have touched the net before, ball in and out. So this is something that some of our fans, some of the TV viewers do not understand yet. So we try to have first referee tell every single one about the results and what is the consequences. So this is one thing that is new to the sport presentation. The local SPR team will prepare the PA system, and there will be a sport presentation supervisor will be working and rehearsing with the referee, also with IMG, to make sure that every single response goes through both in venue and to the feed. Lights and sound system, obviously, you will have inconsistency in different venue because some of them might work on lighting, some of them might not on the theatrical lighting. What they're going to be doing also is assisting the SPR team for the integrated rehearsal. That I would try to call it in the future. I mean this year. Integrated rehearsal. And this means every stakeholder needs to be there. From referee, volunteers to play the games, SPR team, court manager, TV, host broadcaster, every single one needs to be there. And also with you guys to ensure that everything runs smoothly, well planned before the first match day. And the second part that I already talked about is that they will be the one who producing the show. They will be the one who ensuring that the show is producing at a higher level. With team entrance, running the protocol, the usage of the digital assets, such as Big Moment, Super Spike, Monster Block, Make a Rally, working with IMG, fan cams, social media, call to actions. So these are the things that they are operating in venue. So it's a venue operation kind of things for sport presentation to produce a better experience, to produce a better understanding, also try to help, enhancing the whole experience in overall. Last is the assist local SPR team IMG for TV production. Last year we have a lot of questions regarding what are the differences between SPR producer and event manager. These are the brief points that I wanted to raise today. but obviously there will be some checklists. If you want to see what they're doing by checking their checklist, please feel free to do so. But there will be certain parts that you guys are not attaching together. There will be some parts that you guys will be working together. So, for example, before match day, you guys already need to examine all the SPR equipment. You need to check all the LEDs, giant screen anyway. If it's set, if it's the right specs, if it's the right operation, how they operate it and everything. But when it's come to operational side, it's SPR team who's taking care of what assets to be loaded in and what assets to be used and what assets to be played during certain moments. So this you don't need to worry. You will be working together to make sure that everything is set, cabling is set, operational people are set, they have people to work with, and when it comes to -1 for the rehearsal and the rest of match day, they will be the one to take over. Also, producing the rehearsal, they are going to be the one who leads the production of the rehearsal. Obviously, when Steve was telling us that the one who leads this is the technical delegate, he will lead and he will make sure everyone is there. But when it comes to when it comes to the rehearsal itself, SPR producer, supervisor will supervise the local producer. They will be working together. So this is something that is quite clear for me to explain to you that there's some certain, parts that they will take over. Obviously, before match day, you will help, checking with Hawkeyes, IMG, data project. They will also work with them on switching some feeds of Hawkeyes to the screens. Obviously, you guys already inspect the field of play technologies, oversee the setup of the events before the match day. So this is something is very, you guys are working together, but there are some part that it will not be. During the match day, this is mainly going to be a job of SPR producer. They will assist the local SPR team on the match protocol. They will assist them on the implementation of SPR content, produce the show, working with Hawkeyes, data project, TV broadcaster. For Hawkeyes, they will switch whatever feeds for challenge on the screen. Data project, working with the timeouts, points, whatever that goes on the scoreboards. TV broadcaster, of course, for mega rally and what is needed, maybe a flash interview or certain elements that they will be taking care of. But when you guys are on site at that period of time, during match day, you will be overseeing the whole event operation, not the production of the events, but you will oversee how the distribution of premiums. If you have everyone on site, they're ready to work with you guys, and also reporting on some certain aspects of the event to FIVB, such as we had a fun stuff last year with the dinosaur, the mascot. So this is something that you guys are doing during the events, reporting what's the surprises. So the protocol, Kelly and I were working on the protocol with IMG, which we had really good feedback from them, from IMG, and also the protocol for 2019 is extend. We extend about 10 minutes to -53. Why? Because team manager are asking for more warming up times. So we changing and we rearrange some of the activities in the protocol. I can show you this is the protocol I can show you right now. Next week I will be in Thailand with all the SPR producer supervisor and some of the local federation to be in Thailand, and we will work on the 2 big events over there using this protocol, practicing and rehearsing all the sport presentation content to make sure that the producer supervisor on Kelly's side is all aligned and aware of how to run the events. And we are picking some of the federation to work with them to make sure that they understand, because some of the federation are understanding this, but some of the federation are not aware of how to run the sport presentation. So we're bringing them to Thailand to make sure that they are aware. But just to be sure, every single person on Kelly's side will be in Thailand, making sure that this will happen. They will bring this back. I will confirm if there is any change, but I don't think there will be any changes. We will bring this back, distribute them to all producer supervisor, and they will work with the local team. You will have a copy of this, so when you are actually in rehearsal and in event, you see what's going on accordingly to the running order. The contents. Previously, I was talking about the physical assets, which are printed material, which are what you see in the events. But of course, you have the LED contents, which is digital contents. These are some examples that we are using in the events. For giant screen, you're obviously going to have the flags for national anthems, headshot and roll call, starting six, social media, call to action, fan cam. I have a bit of examples in a few slides. In LED parameter, you will have flags for national anthems. It depends right now, because what we are trying to do is we're trying to make a player names for every single national federation, for the roll call, for starting six. Fan prompt, big moments, social media call to action will be used in the LED parameter. I have some examples. Next. So, I'm sorry it's very small, but during the national anthem, you see in Leo that around the LED perimeter, we have French flags with France. So when there's a national anthem of France, we show that. And obviously when it's Brazil, we show Brazil. And we are trying to educate some of the players that some fans that are not aware of. So we try to make player names, playing with the fans, calling their names, you know, like Irvin, the fans say Enkapet or whatever, right? So this is something that we try to educate them, and this is something that Kelly's team is delivering the assets. So she will deliver these assets. We will have a platform that everything will be in there. I will try to obviously forward this to you so you can be aware of what's going on and what asset are we going to use. But do not worry, because they will be taking this with them to the event. So this year, we are planning to do a starting six, player headshots, and also the roll call. So this is an example of the final. This is a moving headshot, if it's play. Okay. So the reason why we're doing this, because we want to educate the fans. Some of the fans only know one or two players from each countries, so we try to bring the fans to bring the player to the fans more. What we're trying to do this year, on the first week, is we sending local photographers to the first week pools of both men and women to take a still headshot of every single player. Whoever we missed on the first week, obviously because of the club's calendar, they might not be there. They will join maybe second week. We try to foresee that, and we will try to get that, so we can use this in every single event. IMG has an asset to use for the graphics. This is something that I think that it will be quite tricky on the first week when you guys are on site, because we need to arrange local photographers, an SPR producer, and the team training schedules, because the team have very tight schedules and manager doesn't want them to do any of this. The example of this is that we want to do for the finals, and we are planning, and we will do for the finals. But for preliminary round, it will be still photos.
Tom, just a quick question.
Yes.
Do we need to consider having a room set up in the team's hotel to be able to do this?
Yes. So what we're trying to do is we will try to put this when it's finalized into activity schedules to work with the National Federation on team training. So the producer supervisor will take care of this, but obviously you might have to oversee it too. We are trying to shoot them in hotels, player hotels, so they are there, they can escape from us. So this is something that we are planning. It has not been finalized yet, but we will do it. Next, the more contents. So we have Monster Block, Super Strike, Hack Cam, Wave Your Flags. This is going to be on fan cams. So don't worry when you see a cameraman running around the venue, trying to shoot, trying to do something on a venue with the fans. Obviously, when the supervisor are on site, they will coordinate with the camera, in-venue camera, on when are they going to do it. Either they do it in technical timeout, or between sets, or maybe before the games, before the actual live feed. So this is something that please be aware of. We have all the contents, and I will share with you later. Big moments. This is on a LED parameter. We will try to educate them on certain moments and try to have them celebrate different moments, like Monster Block, Super Spikes, Ace. And this you will see later on. With all these things that I have shown you, next week I will be in Thailand. I have a video crew that I will take a video just like what Elisa and Marka mentioned to you guys, that we want to do a walkthrough, a tutorial of how event manager works when there's an event. I'm doing the same thing. I will have different elements like Monster Blocks, Super Spike. I will try to have different elements that we can use and I can show to you, and we will have a walkthrough of how SPR teams are working with producer, MC, and DJ, and what kind of entertainment and what you are expecting in the venue when it comes to a VNL game. We are working with marketing and the digital marketing department on how do we create the call to actions for FIVB messages. This is something that it has not been finalized yet. It will be confirmed probably in the next few weeks. These are the contents that will be delivered by the SPR producer supervisor. So this also you don't need to worry. But what you need to worry about is that when it comes to giant screen, local federation, national federation, they sometimes have sponsor advertisement or images that show before the game, or even during the set breaks, or even during the timeout. This need to be coordinated with SPR producer to make sure that whatever it needed to be played on the SPR side has to be played, because we also have time slot for them to play before the match, before the protocol start, for the local ads. And that's pretty much it for the brief introduction to SPR producer supervisor. Question, please.
Tom, thank you for this. Regarding the LED boards,
yes,
the usual issue we had was the locally produced boards. They went ahead and did it moving images.
Yes.
When we said everything has to be static.
Yep.
Is that going to be the same this time?
So what we have updated on the guidelines on LED is that they are only allowed 3 seconds. They can play with this 3 seconds. Either they have 1.5 as a transitions, make it, and after 1.5 seconds, make it static and do a fade out or whatever. They can use this 3 seconds to play with whatever, but it cannot be animated throughout the 15 seconds. And this is something that I want to emphasize too, is that if they ask why they cannot use it, it affects the player when they're playing. Imagine that you have someone behind you that you cannot see. You look at 1 second, you see an animation running towards you, and you thought that that's your friends, your teammates, trying to spike the ball. So you set the ball up for them, and there's no one. So this can happen. That's why we limited the transitions.
Just a quick one on the fan-entertainment cameras.
Yes.
So the federations are supposed to provide 2 cameras.
Yes.
If I'm correct, yeah.
Yes, you're correct.
Are you sending them like a technical specification on these cameras? Because if I remember correctly, in Hong Kong last year, we were sort of given almost like a webcam, which, yes, it shoots video, but the quality was really poor.
Yes, correct. So that's a good question. Last year we only asked for the in-house camera, wireless camera. This year I'm also putting it into the SPR requirement that they need an actual cameras with actual specification that has a very good wireless, transmission or video transmission signals. Because last year some of the venue I can see that they were running around, shooting, and suddenly the image gone down. Yeah. So this is the point that we are raising and we are putting into the handbook. Obviously, I had an initial discussion with my team already for this, but if IMG are happy to help with the specification, it would be good.
Offered to help in terms of equipment on site at those venues that's been communicated
Yes.
to Kelly's team and SBR, but certainly in places where it's difficult.
Yeah. So just to recap on what IMG is saying is that they are offer the help if it needed for some territories, and obviously that it has to be coordinated way before to make the camera available and to let the IMG aware. Yep.
Tom, I am going to hijack this part and quickly I forgot a question regarding branding. And it's on the field of play, Steve. Net pole covers, the
Yes.
Velcro net pole covers.
Yep.
Are they going to be a little bit bigger? And will they have a hole at the right spot for the cabling to be pulled? Because we had to, at a couple of places, we had to cut the fabric, I guess, and this was, I think, had an impact
on Hawkeye.
On Hawkeye cabling. Yes. And sometimes, right before the start of the game, so.
Yeah. So I think this field play technology, but I can explain on a few of the topics that I put my understanding. Hawkeyes receive the net pad cover to customize and tell the supplier on how to make the net pad covers.
Yes, that was the actual foam.
A foam, yeah.
Not the wraps.
Okay, the wraps. Okay. Okay, so the wraps on the outside, we changed some few of the technology, so it's more stretchable. But the thing is, it will still be Velcros. So this is something that we need to figure on site, because what I understand per previous year is that there's a problem of inserting inside, and that's why it has to go on. The cable has to be arranged on the outside. So, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that I think this has been foreseen, and this is something that we try to work with them to make sure that all their equipments are okay, and we try to make sure that the rest of the stakeholders are okay with the pad cover itself too. So we try to work with that with the supplier and to make a better pad cover to facilitate everything in the pad cover. Yeah.
Tom, can I just qualify something about the much talked about minus 53-minute protocol?
Yes.
Which is our friendly coaches have kind of insisted on. Obviously, the impact of that is primarily as far as TV is concerned, and I think event management will also be in the same position, is obviously when one match finishes within 53 minutes of the supposed starting time of the second match.
Yep.
Just for clarification, because we went through a process, didn't we, to help out in terms of extra costs of satellites, etc., etc. Will that 53-minute protocol for the second match begin from as soon as the first match ends, or is there a gap before the 53-minute protocol kicks in? See what I'm saying?
Yep. I understand.
Do we have to clear the course of the first match?
Yep.
And then 53 minutes from there, or will it be 53 minutes from as soon as match point is finished to the first match? Well, I'm just not I wasn't never
So-
certain of which.
So what I have discussed with Kelly is that we will try to figure out how to approach it in Thailand for the SPR workshop.
Yeah.
What we are thinking is that it would be best to have, let's say when the game is going over 10 minutes, we will start it directly on the 53 when the match is over.
Yeah.
So we asked the National Federation to facilitate some areas for player to already warm up. So if we already know that the match is going to be delayed,
Understood.
we keep the 53, we run it on the 53 after the match finish, but in the meantime, in that 10 minutes gaps that is delayed, player are already warm up. So they're coming in after that. So this is my understanding right now, but we try to figure out also with Kelly when we're in Thailand, and we will get back to you to confirm what is the best solution.
So it's going to be around 53 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll try and squash. So if it's likely to impose on them.
I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, what we're thinking about is, in our discussions, we've got a limit of around 10 minutes. We don't want to go any later than 10 minutes. Or Guido has a strong view that it should start on time anyway, and teams need to warm up and be prepared to start at the starting time with a commitment made to broadcasters, okay, with TV time. So that's something that we have to resolve internally, but in principle, the warm-up will be compressed and the players will not be allowed 53 minutes on the court. Yeah.
But there will still be a
Am I still on camera?
gap between the first match finishing and the second match starting.
Ideally,
Yeah.
if the first match is on time, yes.
But what in the scenario where the first match runs?
We want the second match to start on time.
We do.
Ideally, yes.
Yes.
So
there wouldn't be a 53.
So the warm-up would have to be done behind the scenes and in facilities. That's something that we have to talk about, how we might modify the the protocol, the match protocol.
Yeah, but last year there was a minimum 40 minutes gap between match finishing and second match starting.
Yep.
So are we saying that there might be less than 40 minutes?
Could be, yes.
Because that obviously has quite big ramifications for TV in terms of people getting no break between the two games. Because don't forget, we obviously run a minus 15. We're on air minus 15 before the start of the second match. And we're off air probably 8 to 10 minutes after final ball. So that time could almost become zero.
Yes.
It also impacts on.
Yeah, obviously it's also impact on the second games when it's finished to run the satellites.
No, it also impacts on some of our run-up, which is where we use the warm-up shots. So if they're warming up not on court, some of our VT, where we do players to watch, is obviously that'll be if they're warming up not on court, we won't be able to see them. So
So obviously we talk about two options right now with Kelly. The second option is that it doesn't matter when the games finish, we start at 53. When the court is clear, we start the protocol at minus 53. So you have everything. Yeah. But that's effects, and that's why we got in contact with Carl about the satellite timing.
I think that's the better solution, dare I say. And obviously, if the match finishes an hour and a half before the other one, you still start at 53 in terms of running the protocol.
Sure.
But if it gets within the 53 before it's the due start time, we would suggest and recommend that you still run the 53-minute protocol from whatever time the first.
Correct. That is something that we are looking into. And we want to. That's why we try to confirm with you if the satellite timing is okay, if the satellite booking is okay. And
I do understand Guido's point, obviously, that the two advertised matches, but I think most broadcasters are working on a two-match schedule.
I understand.
So they'll be showing the first match anyway. I mean, I know understandably because obviously you do get the second game tends to involve the home team.
Yep.
By definition, because they want to sell more tickets for the second match.
Yep.
So it can be that you're delaying their on air. I understand the ramifications of that, but I think actually it's an essential thing.
So you are very correct, because the most essential games in the volleyball in Vienna is the second game, because it's a home game. It's a home national team who's playing in that games. So our first preferred option is to use the minus 53 when the first game is done and the court is clear, and we start at minus 53. And that's why we will try it in Thailand to make sure that it is okay with the TV timing. We will investigate also, because they have a TV timing over there. We will investigate that, and by saying this, we already, align with you with this, and we are looking forward to use the -53 when the court is clear from the first match, not to reduce the protocol.
Just to repeat, we never had an incident last year anywhere where it was less than 40 minutes. I think 40 was the agreed once the first match had over.
Correct.
And in theory, this year, that 40 becomes 53.
Yep.
So there's an extra 13 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom, sorry, just one quick one from Ines, who's watching us live. She was asking if the TV crews will have any uniform specific that might be the same around VNL, just to be specific, or if it's something we're still working on.
So it's something we're still working on. Also, I want to raise about the local photographers too. We try to have a bib for them, just a branded bib, so we all know who is registered, who is there, and who is allowed to be on the field of play. For the TV, we are also looking into that too. We try to expand more the unifying looks of the personnel. So last year we had event manager, technical delegates, and sport presentation producer, and their teams to have the same not the same, but similar uniform with the blue and orange. So also this year we're trying to look for that option and to see how it's going to be. I still need to discuss with the team.
Can you repeat that?
So, as Karina is saying, that the cameramen will have the bibs, and obviously the operators will try. They're looking for the option to have the T-shirts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. So you're probably all dying of hunger right now. Just being conscious of people having to travel pretty soon. We're going to cut the lunch break down a little bit, 20 minutes. And if you can please all be back in the room at 10 to 2. Lunch is served like yesterday, just outside. But please, let's try and be on time. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Steve Tutton and welcome to the day 2 of the Event Managers Workshop. What I'd like to share with you is to align the VNL property with the FIVB goals and missions, and I think it's worthwhile as an event manager to take a moment to reflect on what the FIVB's goals are. And so in 2018 at our Congress in Mexico, the FIVB launched 11 new strategic goals. And so the Volleyball Nations League is our premium product, and it's directly aligned with what our strategic goals are that were announced last year. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is basically in 4 different areas, and I'll brush over the areas that are related to do with the field of play technology with our colleagues from Data Project and Hawkeye here today. He can talk in more detail about those. Essentially, we hear a lot of the rules and regulations and so on. In volleyball, we have, I don't know how many handbooks we have, but we have probably 99 handbooks, and there's lots of rules and regulations that you must read and understand. What I'm going to try and arm you with is some principles around the field of play. And the field of play plays a really critical role in terms of it creates the mood and the experience for the fans. It creates the digital content that we can, I guess, exploit in the digital world. What it also does is it creates the environment for our players. And so, you know, what's really important is that environment that we create, the mood that we create on the court, I think directly has an effect on the players and the team's moods. And so what we aim to do is to create an environment that is safe for them, but it also creates a great product and experience for our fans. And I won't read all of the specific details, but if you as an event manager, if you're out there in the world where we've talked about all the different venues and the different layouts of the venues and so on, when it comes down to the field of play, it's very, very consistent. And so when you look at the field of play, there are some pretty key principles that we need to adopt. And so if you don't see them in the rules and regulations, have a look at the principles and the philosophies and the priorities, and that might help you to make a really good decision as well. Tom has already taken you through some of these examples, but some of the things that you're going to face, and this is an example of some of the principles. So when we go and inspect a venue, we try and anticipate what we are going to see. And so this venue was pre-approved. This is not the VNL, but it was pre-approved. And when we arrived at the venue, this is what we turned up with. So I guess the most obvious one is in the middle of in the view of camera 1, we have 2 bleachers that are not symmetrical. They're out of alignment. And so Tom has already explained that. And so what it's going to require is a bit of creativity to be able to create a great view in camera 1 position. The second thing that I'll point out is one of our principles behind setting up the field of play is the positioning of fans. And so on the left-hand side in the image, you can see that in this particular venue, this is in Italy, where the media get a prominent position. In the VNL, we provide privileged positions to the key resources that contribute towards the success of the event, and that is the cameraman, the service providers, and the teams. Okay, and ideally we want to get the fans as close as we can to the court, and I'll give you some examples of some of the strategies that we're working towards in this particular season coming ahead. The third one is, again, you're going to face some issues. So this is -1 before the competition. Teams are doing their official practice. The field of play isn't complete. We don't have the technical area with any carpet. Eventually, as we know, the show still goes on. It happens. And so this is just an example of when there's a great teamwork, when there's coordination, and when there's that desire to get things done, it will get done and the show will go on. And that's kind of an example of what the final product starts out to be. We talk about the look and the feel. And so what we really would like you to do is to look at the venue inside out. When you inspect the venues, when you're involved in the competition, take a look at what you see. And so what's really important is, you know, there's details like this. There was a lot of effort put into the branding around the field of play, but in various other camera images where there's a lack of detail. And so what we're asking you to do is to pay a little bit more attention to some of the smaller details. You know, a couple of things that I would want to highlight is on the scorers table, on the tables following the scorers table, the SPR table and so on, there's some branding and covering around the tables, but we just got a blank tablecloth on top. And so those little things just, I think that it takes away the mood and the look of what we're trying to develop. And so if we think about 42 rounds of the competition and our goal to be able to have a consistent product, they're the little things that make a difference. As you can see, there's been a concerted effort in terms of the branding. The branding looks great, but only in a particular way. It's like a little bit more thought and a bit more smart branding, I call it, can go into our product. Again, this is not the VNL, but these are some of the smart things that can be done. So this is the SPR table, and unlike the previous image, you don't see what's on the table. So some of the branding that can be put on the tables around the field of play can hide a lot of the mess and the clutter. So then it just adds value to the overall image and product that we're aiming to portray and exploit around the world. Just another couple of different photos of some of the principles about the symmetry of the court, the layout of the court, how the fans are close to the court, they're within 3.5 metres of the court. We have Carl and I talked this morning about the staging, and what you can see is that we're creating the mood for competition. We're creating the mood for something that is a great product. So we've got different lighting over the field of play. We've got a different level of lighting over the fans, and the lighting does change. And so this is ultimately our goal, is to be able to have the VNL reflect this type of image in every single venue. So what you just saw was the VNL finals in Lille last year. This is the VNL finals in Nanjing, and there's a difference. And so what we need the volleyball world to understand that we would like this consistency to be evident. And so the role that you play with our local organisers is very, very important. You are the public face of what our product is. And so when you do your inspection visits, when you meet them for the first time, the small details and information that you can provide and share with them, the vision about the different lighting and so on. So we don't expect that this is going to happen overnight in 2019. We ultimately, in 2 years' time, we'd like to be able to have every venue have the type of lighting that we saw in the previous two slides, creating the theatre and the staging that reflects a really great product and competition. So internally within the leadership in the FIVB, the things that we talk about are 2019, we're raising the bar higher than 18. We're expecting a lot more. And so you've heard a few things about the areas that we want to improve. So the FIVB are making a massive effort in increasing the digital content that will be produced in 2019. One of the goals that we have in terms of integrating data that comes from the score sheet to produce TV graphics, statistics from matches and so on, is a faster integration of the data. So in 2018, there was a latency which affected scoring, results and so on, and even TV graphics. And so that doesn't help production. And so our goal this year is to be able to focus on improving and streamlining the integration of the data. Tom has talked about sports presentation. Sports presentation won't be the same. It will be different. We've invested in a workshop that will take place in Thailand. There'll be 2 exhibition matches in Thailand where there'll be formal training of DJs, announcers, and the overall match protocol and the presentation in preparation for the VNL. In doing that, our goal is to create more stories, more narrative about our game, our players, our fans. So I've talked about the consistency between the venues, and that's something that we've actively been working at in the short time that we've been together as a department in being able to work with local organisers and identify and pre-approve venues. So not all the venues have been approved to date. At this stage, we have all bar those venues, the 3 venues in Brazil. There's still an approvals process where we're aiming to be able to identify areas where venues should consider the placement of fan zones, the Gantons player bench and so on. Internally, we've identified the relationship between event management, FIVB, IMG, and particularly the sports presentation team is really critical. And so every stakeholder is investing and committed towards enhancing that relationship and the teamwork that goes into that. And so I think those people who have been present today get a feeling of the level of conversations and planning that's going on in preparation for the VNL between all the stakeholders. And to give you an examples of the attention to detail, lastly, is where such as the detail is that ideally, in principle, we don't want to see a single cable taped to the floor in the VNL in 2019. And so we're going into such details as we want the cables to go under the floor. Okay, so just simple things like that, principles that we'll set about and goals that we want to have, that's what we want you to be able to go out there on site and to help us to deliver and enhance the product of the VNL. Some priorities. So we're actively engaging with the local organisers about understanding, not telling them what to do, but to understand what is the plan, what is the ticket plan for the venue. And so our biggest challenge remains with the first match. What is the ticketing strategy and the seating plan for the first match? And so if you can make that a priority to help to understand and to influence how we can fill the camera one view and the priority positions of the cameras to be able to show the stadiums are full. And so we need your cooperation and support to be able to tease the local organisers, to tease the various stakeholders who are on site to be able to deliver that part of the venue seating. Tom has talked about smart branding and costs. And so if we take an inside-out approach, what's seen in the view of the camera is our ultimate priority in terms of branding. If you can influence that on the ground in a short period of time, I'd encourage you to kind of exploit that and push that as far as you can go to enhance that image that we see in the broadcast. For example, what you see there is when I go on site, one of the things that I do is I work with TV on the lighting. Is the lighting appropriate? Can we manipulate the lighting? What is the capacity to do that? But also, what do we see in the vision of the camera? So I can go and stand in the camera one view and get a perception about what's going on. But it's really good if you can develop that relationship to get into the OB van and have a real good look. And, you know, you can put that eye across all of the detail and they'll work with you. So such is the relationship now, is that the host broadcasters will welcome you in there and they'll work with you to be able to make our product just that much better. So, when you have your list of things as an event manager, the list is getting longer. So, in 2019, we are going to, for 10 weeks of competition, we've identified that there will be an enhanced camera plan. And so, much like what we tested in Lille, there'll be essentially 3 different types of cameras. So, there'll be the in-net camera in both sides of the net, the top of the band of the net. There'll be a head cam from the referee. There'll also be the, what do we call them, Mike?
The low high mole pico cameras. They call it high mole, low high mole cameras.
Yep.
Looking up to get those great images of players reaching up and
yep.
either attacking or defending of the net.
So again, we're looking at enhancing the type of content that we can get in 2019, and so in 10 venues, and we'll let you know what those venues are. The camera pan will take place. So such as the planning is for those 10 weeks of competition, we are shipping the nets to the company that is installing the nets so that they themselves will be responsible for bringing them on site. The net that we originally are shipping to the organiser will be the backup net, as an example. There'll be a broadcaster's light, so there won't be the producer with the paddle or the flag or waving a handkerchief or anything like that. So specifically, we're going to the broadcaster light, and that will be the responsibility of Hawkeye.
I think you should call it a green light, not a red light.
Oh, okay.
The red light's somewhere else.
Thank you for that. In terms of, I've talked about the latency of data and the speed of data. So we're working on a remote on-site server. So with Hawkeye and our partners, that's something that we want to have in every single venue. And that's being tested at the moment with Alberto and the team. Some more technical initiatives, and they are, we've yet to resolve this one, but the rules of the game, the rules and referees, the rules of the game, the referees made a recommendation at their annual meeting that the referees, when there is a challenge that is somewhat confusing, is the referee makes a formal announcement. So we're working through the mechanics of that. Ultimately, that involves having the referee having access to the PA system and so on and so on. So at the moment, we don't have a solution for that, but we haven't tested that, so I'm a little bit nervous about that one. So that's probably lower on the priority in terms of the initiatives.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
Which decision would be in that case? The referee will decide?
Yes, so the best example I can provide would be, so we have a game situation where an attacker spikes the ball and the ball may go out. So the challenge is for a ball in or out. But in the review of the incident, one of the players may touch the net. So the ball may be hit out, but the blocker touches the net. So in that situation, the right decision is that it's a net touch. But we need to explain that to the fans. We need to explain that to camera, we need broadcast, as well as the fans inside the stadium. So the question is, who makes that announcement? So the referees are willing to make that announcement, but they're not able to make that announcement because they need a script. And we're not able to provide them with an electronic script. So our challenge is the capacity of the first referee to appropriately and consistently announce the decision of the challenge, articulate it in a very succinct way. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so he makes the decision.
Yes. Yep. Lara yesterday mentioned that for the entire VNL season, we'll be moving from 4 line judges to 2 line judges. And so we would like the event managers to play a role in helping us to monitor that situation. Okay, so get some 360-degree feedback. We're not just going to rely on the feedback from the technical delegates and so on. Your biggest problem this year may be fitting the Ganton benches into some of the venues. Okay, so they're almost 6 metres long, and they take up a space of around 2.5 metres, nearly 3 metres. So when you add that area into the technical area, I can see some really creative solutions coming from you.
It was exactly the thought I had, because in Ekaterinburg, I already see this being an issue with the position of the sport presentation team and Hawkeye, which they would probably need to be raised or moved to a different. They were at ground level and they built a small platform, but I noticed the bench has 2 levels, so they're going to have to be either raised with a platform or positioned in a different area. I don't know if that was done in other venues during the inspection visits, if they knew this.
No.
But it might be good to quickly do a review.
Yep, I think that's something that we're doing at the moment, is we're doing a bit of a rough and dirty, how much area will it take, what are the likely implications of each of the venues, particularly the ones that we know. Tom's already mentioned the logo, so like anything else, it's important for you to know that it's highly unlikely that branding is going to be something that a local organiser is going to be able to use from one year to the next. Is that as we develop and evolve the product, the brand will become smarter, sexier, and reflect more of the images that we want to be able to capitalise on. I've mentioned concealing the cables on the field of play, but also I have a goal, is that when we see images like I've shown you in the past around the tables or whatever, I don't want to see a cable. All right, so if we can make your attention to detail of the cables that plug into the LED boards, let's try and just pay a little bit of attention to that sort of detail so that we don't see the cables. That would be good. The FIVB this year made a pretty significant decision and committed resources and people towards the preparation by creating the event operations department. So that's something that I think will start to add value in the longer term towards products such as the VNL. And the last thing to talk about is it's quite a long name, but we're working towards the VNL, be a part of the game, courtside fan zone. Okay, and so the idea is that in the future we would like to, I'll quickly go to that slide. So what we'd like to be able to do, it's a specific strategy where we identify in certain venues the area where there is I guess a premium demand to get fans closer. So the best example, I think when I explain it, would be the NBA. You got VIPs, Jack Nicholsons and so on, who really want to be almost on the court. They're really close to the court. So what we want to be able to do is to bring the fans closer and eventually monetize that sort of premium area. We won't do that until we start to get the fans closer and start to understand some of the logistics and dynamics associated with the challenges, but also the benefits. So we want to be able to test that this year. And so we've identified some of the venues. When you get a chance to have a look at the slide, I'd say take a look at the one in Netherlands. The Netherlands do it a little bit differently. We've approved that one. They do a VIP behind the team benches, and they elevate the VIP into a privileged position, and they monetize it and they capitalise on that. So that's an example of a courtside fan zone. Ideally, in the ideal world, we would want the courtside fan zone to be in the view of the camera. We want to see the faces of the fans. So that's probably not the best solution for a courtside fan zone. Just below that is Canada. And so again, Canada have premium seating in Ottawa beside the court. But again, we would like Canada to invest in making that a really attractive area. Right now, it's not that attractive. And then the issue becomes when Canada aren't playing, we have empty seats. So we would like you to work with the organisers. So in those venues where we have a courtside fan zone, and we don't want to see empty seats in the courtside fan zone. So we need you to constant capacity to monitor that scenario. Diagonally on the slide, in Thailand, so Tom's hometown in Thailand, they do a great job. Opposite camera one, look how close the fans are. There's an area behind the court that could be optimised and so on. Yeah, so I think there are two things. There is the branding, so if we had some consistency with the look and feel of the venue and behind the LEDs, and then if we can get fans closer and lower LED boards, Tom, that would be ideal.
Would that be your ideal, Steve, position for that fan zone behind?
Yeah, my only concern, Carl, would be the cameras. Yep. And below that again, there are some venues that sometimes it's just not possible to get the fans that close, and so Hong Kong is an example of that. But again, I would say instead of having people just standing like the workers in the technical zone, that could be a VIP fan zone instead of just the workers or the volunteers standing and watching the match from behind the team bench. I'll go back a slide to the Ganton play bench. This is old. This was the prototype that was the slide I got in early January. Jingy has provided some later copies of those. The philosophy and the principle behind the team benches is to clean up that area. So the players and the team benches, we see the towels being thrown over the signage. We see bags constantly. So we see I call them gypsies, At the end of a set, they migrate from one half of the court and go to the other half. So that migration is not a good look. And so how can we accommodate the gypsies not going with all their luggage? So we've accommodated in the team benches facilities for it's like a locker. Teams can put their equipment securely away from the public, but out of view as well of the camera. And we don't see that on the broadcast. These are made of...
Sorry, you'll see it when they switch sides, though, because they take everything to switch sides.
But we don't want them to. So eventually what we want to be able to educate them is that they don't need to. They're not going to get... It's really only the medical staff that need to move from one side to the other. They don't need to move their team bags. That's just an education thing that we need to do. And if we don't start doing it, then we'll never achieve that outcome. These are made of steel. Okay, so we haven't actually seen the prototype live, and so potentially we have just got to be monitoring this health and safety issue. We don't think it's an issue, but your constant feedback on what you hear, what you see, would help us to improve what the players' benches are. The reality is we have a 4-year agreement with Ganton, and they will be in place. So we need to ensure that the life of each of the team benches and each of the locations lasts, and we don't have to replace it in that term. The field of play. So again, more reading. So in the technology plan, our goal is to be able to articulate in a document form the functions of each of the areas that play a role in the field of play that involve technology. So you'll see references to the video challenge system. You'll see references to what data project provide in terms of the e-score sheet support and data volley, and so on. Tom's talked about the LED technology with the giant screens and the perimeter boards. What you'll start to see more and more of is us being more articulate and clearer about what we need in terms of lighting, what we need in terms of the cabling and so on. So my team will spend a lot more time in detailing that so that we're really clear to our hosts of the VNL what their requirements are. So we can articulate, if Hawkeye are providing a service, this is what they bring, this is what they need the local organiser to bring. This is the time that they arrive, this is the time that they bump out, this is what the conditions are, and so on. So the purpose of the technology plan is to really, if instead of just an email chain, we're very, very clear about the responsibilities of each of the parties that go towards what the field of play looks like. That's about it for me. Questions or comments?
For the players' benches and the part of the educational part, are the steps information sent to the federations, to the teams, and then reinforcing it from our end with the TD, either via the TD at the preliminary requirements, and then training. If we we won't enforce it, but sensibilize that during competition, so it be official communication from you to the NF, then preliminary requirement. Anything else we could do, or?
The safety is an issue. So, for example, the height of the bench is 50 centimetres. So the average domestic chair is around 42, 43 centimetres off the ground. We've purposefully built this for athlete challenged sports like volleyball. So they're 50 centimetres high, and then we have the cushioning on top. So we won't have our big giants who are sitting on the front row in the team benches looking like they're uncomfortable. So their comfort has been something that's been front of mind in the design of the team benches. So to answer your question, we have the basic information that's been provided to NFs. We will start to more formally communicate the details about the team benches, and the function of the team bench, and relate that to then the responsibilities of how we maintain our obligations and responsibilities to GAN10, and then pass that responsibility onto the team managers. So that'll be done at the preliminary inquiry. No questions? No more? All right, thank you.
Hey everybody, Chris from Hawkeye here. Everyone's been giving me weird looks all day today. First time anyone's seen me in trousers instead of shorts. Anyone who's worked with Hawkeye in the past will know what I'm talking about there. We're not going to talk too much in the nitty-gritty detail today in terms of the very specific technical things that we're looking into that will be distributed separately, a document for people to read, and we welcome any questions you have on that. But just going to highlight the main things that we struggle with on site and where your guys' support really, really helps us out. I know last year was a great help having all of you guys on site, really making us part of the team and just helping us to deliver our services as best as we possibly can. So in terms of what we're providing, everyone thinks of us as the challenge system, was the ball in or out, but there's quite a few other things that we're doing on site these days. Anyone who's worked with us maybe only for World Championships, or maybe not since back with the World League, there are some differences to what we're providing for the VNL, so just take note of those. So the core thing to think about is we're now a 4-man crew, and that is our 3 main team. It's the same as last year, but 4-man crew, our 3 main team who you'll see in and around the stadium, but also an additional graphics operator, which is working with IMG in the broadcast truck. And there's just slightly different timings with when those arrivals. The challenge system itself, got all the video cameras we see around the court, which is doing your normal challenge, your block touches, your net faults, your foot faults. Slightly less known to people is the 10 cameras we have in addition up and around the stadium. So higher up in the stands, which most venues, we're free to just put those where we need to. Sometimes there needs to be some compromises made, and that's where we may escalate to you guys saying, look, this really needs to go here. Their concern is this is a sold seat. Is the match sold out? No. So could we maybe make a little bit of leeway there? So that's the sort of situation we really find that your guys' support is just so invaluable to us. On On top of that, again, maybe less clear is that all of the broadcast statistics that you see going out, things where we're really trying to emphasize the particular qualities of a player. Let's say Boskovic spikes at 105 or something. All that data is coming from us, and that's where we're really trying to push. So it's not just, oh, was the ball in or out, which I know is synonymous with, but where we're adding value, trying to add value as part of the team across the whole of the VNL delivery. So our installation schedule, I'll not go into too deep detail again on this. It is documented for you to read. Typically our match day -3, which is our day 1. So ideal scenario, no one's had a horrible flight across half the world to get there, and we're on site, 9 AM, bright and perky, match day -3, ready to rig. Sometimes that's just not possible. Same with teams arriving, maybe they've got a whole trip. It knocks on for all parties, you guys as well, I'm sure, some of the trips you guys have to do. So yeah, typical be match day -3, and this is where hopefully all of the LOC and other parties involved have read all the documentation saying what we require ahead of time. They've got a nice place marked out for us, which meets our requirements, and power's there. That's our ideal. Some places that's just not quite the case. Either they've misinterpreted or other things have been going on and they've not been able to address it. We will normally raise that directly with them ourselves, and hopefully don't need to get you guys involved. It's if we don't see any progress getting made there, we don't think they're going to deliver what we require, and we're going to struggle there, that we really might end up coming to you guys and just saying, look, the organisers are saying this isn't possible. They maybe don't understand the importance of some of the things that we're trying to deliver, and where we may just lean on you a little bit there. But yeah, first day is just a lot of physical labour for us. So putting up 25 cameras, about 200 kilos of equipment all around the stadium, and a good couple of kilometres of cables. So if we look all sweaty, hot and bothered, and we're just running around, it's probably because it's our first day rigging and we're flying around for that. So on this presentation, again with the documents we're going to send out closer to time, we're just finalising some of the final technical details for our requirements for the upcoming season. Will be distributed, but brief overview here. The main showstoppers for us on day 1 is getting the position where we are going to be based with power, some tables and some chairs. If we don't do that, specifically if we don't know where we're going to be, we cannot do anything. There's nothing we can put up because it all changes completely in terms of, well, if I go here, I can't get the cables back, and that just changes everything. So if there's one thing looking at day 1, you turn up at a venue and you think they've just got handover of this, and if you want to just chase, the one thing that you could really help us out for, if it looks a little behind schedule, is just, can you just confirm to me where Hawkeye are going to be sat? And if that gets confirmed, and if you're not sure, I presume you'll have all of our contact details. If you send me a picture, say, Chris, Portugal want to put you here, is that okay? I know IMG have done a lot of the site surveys as well for us and picked out some good spots. Sometimes they change their minds. That really helps us out. So that's sort of through our day 1. And then day 2, we're getting a bit more technical. Hopefully we're sat down a wee bit more, actually doing the hard graft at the computer end rather than running around with cables. The most important thing on our day 2 is, I'm sure you've all seen us chucking a bunch of white CDs on the court and thought, what on earth are Hawkeye doing? That is, I'm getting a lot of nods there. So that is part of our calibration process. And I think it's been touched on, some limitations IMG have on -1 with the training schedule. We sometimes look at the training schedule and go, brilliant, there's a gap 1 till 2. Perfect, we'll take that. And then Serbia stay half an hour late and Brazil turn up half an hour early. And they go, well, we now have to wait until 10 PM to do anything. So being able to get the court access, and quite often we'll request the court, but the lighting guy isn't there. and then we need the lights that are going to be in the competition. So typically on our day 2, so on match day -2, we need to be doing this calibration process. The reason we need to do it that soon is that the following day, all through training, we can be testing everything. We can be checking everything, knowing that going into that first serve for the first match, we're going to be a millimetre accurate on that line for every single call. Anything else? And then there's TV bumping in on match day -1 everywhere this year. Okay. So yeah, that moves me on to next day. So yeah, day 2, main support we need from the FIVB event managers is securing that court time for us. If you look at a schedule and it looks jam-packed, or you're thinking, oh, I'm just going to go off site and maybe there's no one there to kick someone off the court for us. Coaches don't, like I say, we all look like a bunch of kids, and they don't respond too well to some 24-year-old coming saying, oh, sorry, I need the court, can you get off, please? So just a little bit of support there, securing the court time with lights. Really, really appreciated, and it makes our schedule so much smoother. And then day 3, like I said, this is final checks. So building up towards the, I'm not going to call it a ref clinic, I'm going to call it, what was it, the integrated protocol rehearsal. Okay. Building up to that, our goal is by that time we're fully match ready. There might be a couple of tidying up things we need to do just to make everything super pretty, but that's when we aim to be fully ready by. I know last year there wasn't a lot of actual matches arranged. I don't know what the schedule with that is this year. So last year, referee clinic, some places put a match on, some places didn't, some places had all the referees there going through it, some places didn't. Like I say, we aim to be ready by then to run through everything. It sounds like it should be a little smoother this year in terms of our strong preference in terms of putting our challenges out onto the big screen in the court is for us to send it to broadcast and the big screen just take the broadcast signal. Otherwise you get into a situation where TV put it on but big screen don't and miss it. And the issue with last year and in a few places, referee clinic, sorry, we can't send it to the big screen because they're planning to take it from TV and it's 10 p.m, so TV have quite rightly gone off for the evening. So it sounds like hopefully it'll be a little smoother this year. If not, just making sure you're aware that when we say 2 hours, we can run everything, the referees can check communication and we can show that the system's all ready and we can make some decisions. But if we're not able to get the signal onto big screen, perhaps if broadcast haven't integrated with the big screen yet, we might just not be able to deliver that part. And that is about that. And then just a quick summary on technical requirements, sort of an overview of what we've gone through already. Like I say, much more detailed documents which will say, instead of just power, it will say the exact voltages, wattage rating, everything that we actually require. I'm not going to bore you with that off the top of my head here. But yeah, just highlighted in bold there the main things on day 1 that have the biggest knock-on for us by far. Confirmed where we're going to be sat, confirmed tables and chairs. We can do an awful lot as long as we get those 2 things. Then the next thing we'll be chasing for will just be securing that court time. And then finally, we're just checking with all the parties that we overlap with. So overlapping with TV to make sure they've got our signals, make sure they've got all of our graphics products in the truck, making sure the big screen can see our signal, make sure the referees are happy. All of that is sort of encapsulated with we're doing our final checks on the 3rd day. We always say, when people have been scheduling 8 AM meetings before everyone goes to site every day, generally if something's gone wrong with Hawkeye, you already know about it. We do try to be incredibly proactive. As soon as we have something, we raise it. We don't wait until then. If for whatever reason you haven't heard from us, probably good news, but if you do just want an update, say, Hawkeye, you all good? Can I tick you off? And we're all good. And we roll from there. And that is the end of that. But I would like to take any questions. I'm aware I've sort of rattled straight over that. I think most parties have worked with us before. Jaime, what can I do for you, sir?
Just a quick one.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you will arrive on
match day minus
four.
Typically.
You started work on -3.
Correct, yes.
Usually, typically, just to get this clear, is the floor already in place by the time you arrive?
Often the lines aren't, but the matting is down because that has to take quite a while to relax.
Correct.
Which is this leading to cables to the net? Yes, it is.
Yes.
We've had some discussion with ING about this as to whether we can get the relevant cabling sent out ahead of time and put under. I'm interested to see how well that works out in some hosts. It is something we're aware of. We do request, if you do have communications ahead of time and they're saying, oh, the court will be down 5 days before, just say, cool, could you leave some string? Or string, and ideally, they normally do sort of a rubber matting and then the girth floor, a little channel in the matting so we don't get that horrible bump that players scuff their feet on and fall over on and things like that. Yeah, but I'd say most of the venues I've certainly worked at, the matting's already down when we turn up. Perfect. Anybody else?
It's a really quick one.
Yeah.
I know we keep talking about what everyone's wearing.
Yeah.
I suppose it's the same question to you guys, I think. I suppose it's the same question to you guys. I know when I was at events last year, I found it difficult to identify who the Hawkeye guys were. And I know there's quite a number of you that are on site. So even is it an option for you to ask your crew to wear a Hawkeye t-shirt or whatever it might be, so we can pick them out relatively easily without,
we do. So we ship around with about 6 separate tops. Everyone has those. It's when you've been on the road for 50 days and you maybe haven't had a chance to do laundry. We do try and push it everywhere we can. And there's also a push as well for on event days for us to be wearing VNL branding, which might just confuse things a little further. I'd suggest in advance of every event, I think you'll probably get the contact details of who we call our team leader on site. So of the 4, there's one person who's just there, make sure everything runs smoothly. If you get any sort of contact details from them, and then instead of having to run around spotting the person in the Hawkeye polo, everyone on WhatsApp or WeChat, if it starts to be in a country that's blocking it, you can get in touch with us on there, and we'll, even if you just come meet you at the OB as and when. Is that okay? Yeah.
Karina, actually, just a quick update on that. We're actually going to provide VNL polos to those guys. So there'll just be additional VNL polos running around the venue. But I think it might help generally. You might necessarily be able to pick out who's who, but hopefully it'll help.
Yeah, so we were just going to preserve those for match days when we're on air. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Well, I mean, how you do it afterwards is we'll see, but we'll be providing those to a lot more people this year, so hopefully it'll help.
Anyone else? Cool. Just finish up from me. Thank you for all your help last year. It made our jobs a hell of a lot easier having you guys fighting battles for us and just being really helpful on the ground. And hopefully the same again this year, and look forward to seeing you all around the world. Cheers.
Hi everybody, my name is Mauro Angelillo from Data Project. I'm in charge for all the technicians that goes around all around the world. For technicians that are responsible for the score sheet system with tablets and the data volley system. Okay, Data Projects as a company that provide the official software for score sheet and the official software for statistics. Okay. And the system is supervised on court directly from our technician that's provided by us, that is in charge to check everything, that everything goes well in, during the match. Okay, he's responsible for the setup the system before the match, and assistant scorer, teams and referee during the matches, and for dismantling all the system at the end of the competition. Okay. He also helped everybody, every stakeholder that's in the arena during the events. Okay. What we have on the venue, technically we have our equipment as 2 tablets, one for each bench, and other 2 tablets for the referees, 1 tablet for the challenge referees, 1 for the sport presentation, 2 tablets for backup that we can share with someone that asks it, but in case of failure of one of the previous tablet, we need to take it off. Okay. 2 laptops for the scorer, 1 official for the score sheet and 1 for backup, and 1 laptop for the technical delegate to check the scorer operators, and 1 router, 2 switch, and 1 extra switch, and some spare parts for any cases, in case of failure of some other cables. A lot of time happens that operators comes maybe from TV with we have the cameras, and unfortunately it can happen that broke some cables, so we need to replace it. Okay, and the last thing is 1 docking station for connect the giant screen and the audio. From this year, we don't have more the 2 side panel for the information, but we put all the information about countdown and substitution challenge on the giant screen. So everybody can see directly on the giant screen what's happened. Okay. The data project technicians will arrive 3 days before the competition starts, and depending on the arrival time, we start to set up the equipment as soon as you come to the venue. You arrive to the venue. Okay. The time is depending on different factors. If the Taraflex or gear floor is already settled down, if LED, the side LED are already prepared, if the location of the data volley is already settled or not, it's up to the event manager this, where to put the statistics, okay, the table for statistics. After the inspection of FIVB commission, because maybe we can set all the equipment, sometimes happens that FIVB comes and say, no, this should be 1 meter behind. So we have to move everything. Okay. Because, okay, FIVB say that we must have 5 meters from the post, but sometimes because of the venue, it's not really precise, so they can change the position. It depends also on our colleagues from OK, because as he said before, if they are ready, we can work together. If no, we have to wait them, or vice versa. It depends. It depends also for OB van. Sometimes, like last year, for example, in Serbia, happens that the OB van comes just at the last day. So it was very difficult to put all the cables to the OB van in just I think just 2 hours. Okay. And also the other services schedule. So what we have to do is have a coordination with the court manager to check the key mans for every our needs. Okay. Normally, if everything is ready, in 3 hours we have everything set up. But I think it's never happened. Never happened. Normally 1 day, 1 day and a half, because it's not everything up to us. So we need to coordinate with everybody. Okay. Now we can talk about the coordination and integration with other service providers. Okay, we have a one-line cable for the OK video challenge system to us for the tablet challenge system. And this year will be also, I think there is also an on-site server that we can help us to get statistics really faster than last year. And this will be connected also with OB van. Okay, a cable from OK to OB van to get statistics in real time. For the sports presentation, we have a cable and for them and one tablet, so they can check as soon that we have the information about, I don't know, challenge request or substitution or something happening during the match. They, as soon as they can do it, they can have it in a very few seconds, millisecond. A connection integration with the giant screen. We provide an HDMI connection, and the local organizer can connect to us to get all the information directly on the giant screen. So last year we had the side panel that we have timeouts and countdown and the challenge, who asked the challenge. All this information directly goes to the giant screen. Okay, and I think that this should be an improve for this, because everybody can see, especially for the countdown, what the time is for the beginning of the match. We provide also the audio for the buzzer when the teams ask for timeout or for challenge. Okay, there are two ways to connect it. One for directly from the laptop with a jack for, I think there's 3.5 millimeter connector, or one from the light score. This is the big one for the 6 and 3 millimeters. Okay, it's up to the service to choose which one is better for them. We also connection with statistics. From this year, the local organizer will provide an operator from Data Volley that will be connected directly on our system. Okay, and these stats are directly connected to the OK with the FIVB server on site. Okay, we have also a backup system with our SDK that if the graphics, the TV production wants a backup system, we can give this. So in case of failure of the FIVB server, they can switch and use our SDK to get statistics. The difference is from FIVB server, they have all the information. I mean, a number of players, name of players, name of teams, and statistics and data. Our SDK give only numbers, so numbers of aces or kills or percentage of kills as aces, and you have to build all the names of teams and players, and that's it. But we give to the to the TV production, also the instruction how to do it, all of this. So this is a B plan for stats. Okay. That's what we give to all the stakeholders. Our other service, if anyone needs to connect to our network, is free to do it. I mean, we have about 10 free slots to share with everyone that wants, but we can give you more tablets or more cable. You have to come with your own personal equipment. Okay. But we have 10 free slots. Even if you want more, for example, there was last year in the National Cup in Italy, they have about 25 tablets connected for the press, but they bring their own, and they also connected one switch more. It's not a problem. We have a space for do this, but you have to provide your own device. Okay. I think that's, for me, it's done. Do you have any question? Okay. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. The next presentation is from IMG Productions, who are responsible for the world feed distribution and sales around VNL. My name's Carl Hicks. I'm the executive producer for IMG, working on VNL. And
I'm Karina Filiali. I'm the production exec.
Okay, firstly, what we'd just like to do is tell you a little bit about who IMG are. Shouldn't take very long, hopefully. IMG Productions is the arm of the company that we work for. Essentially, last year, there's been a relationship between IMG and FIVB for many years in terms of the old events, World Grand Prix, World League, and many other events such as World Championships, where IMG have been part of the sales and distribution and some elements of production for many of the FIVB biggest events around the globe. That relationship took a significant step forward last year when a deal was done between FIVB and IMG for us to actually become responsible, with the creation of the new Volleyball Nations League, for us to be responsible for the production of all 42 events globally that makes up the Volleyball Nations League, or did do in its first year in 2018. Very pleased to say that year one must have gone reasonably well, because although Guido's not here to introduce us, we are actually into year two of the contract, so hopefully everything must have gone reasonably well in year one, and we are back for year two. What we do, hopefully our responsibilities are on the front page there. Basically, if you think of IMG Production, effectively, although you're on 40 different events, and obviously the people who this conference is intended for are travelling to most of those events and different events around the globe, when you think of the old facilities provider in the old days, that could be any one of obviously a number of different companies within the host country. But actually what IMG agreed, and what the process that was put in place with FIVB, is that we, IMG, would effectively, well, in real terms and effectively, be the world feed provider and the OB broadcast provider for all 42 events, with the slight anomaly obviously of Iran, which we won't go into, but there are political reasons why we can't be involved in Iran. So effectively for all the other 40 events, or 41 last year, we took full responsibility for the recruitment of the companies that were involved in the production process. We managed that process, we recruited the personnel, we hired the companies, as I said, around the world. In year one, we actually hired more than we've actually got for year two. We've actually done some rationalisation, I think they call it in business terms, and we took on the responsibility of monitoring the full control over the whole world feed. We also added commentary for the first time, English language commentary on every event, which was done from our base back at Stockley Park, apart from the finals. And another of our jobs is obviously the distribution of that world feed to all the rights holding broadcasters around the world, and to obviously furnish the FIVB's own outlets, whether they be via volleyball TV or digital or other content areas. That's us. As I say, we're into year two. What were we brought in to do? That's the big question. Obviously, VNL itself was a big launch for the FIVB, and a very prestigious step in terms of trying to raise the levels of and the recognition of the sport of volleyball globally on an annual basis, outside of major championships such as the Olympic Games and World Championships. We had to obviously come up in partnership with our friends at FIVB with what we thought we could do for the sport, and I think it's worth looking at. That's the original mission statement that we came up with when we made our presentation to the guys and girls of the FIVB back in the back end of 2017. So about 18 months ago, I think actually it was. We've been going on this one, so effectively it's very easy to say those things that we've said on there, to display the speed, skills, physicality of volleyball. It's a great sport. I'm not just saying that because I stand here. I've never played it apart from fumbling around a bit at junior school playing volleyball. I'm English, so of course I've got no ability at volleyball and no worldwide reputation either. So we've had to learn quite a lot about the sport. But the way, in TV terms, what that translates to us is we've got to look at ways in TV coverage of making the sport come alive more for the viewer at home. That means new cameras. We introduced the overhead camera, which was mentioned in several presentations earlier today, which we thought was a really nice development for the sport. I personally was a big fan of the alternative camera one. I believe that
covering the sport side on has some big advantages, but also covering the sport from an end-on camera actually induces for the audience a different viewpoint of the sport, which I think we successfully implemented in year one. It's not a substitute for camera one, but it's an alternative, and it certainly gives you a greater profile and understanding of the well, not so much the speed of service, but the swerve of the ball in the air, the movements of the team around the net and the way the rotations work and the way that the players move in and out. I think it's, as an analysis camera, it's a very good camera. So we brought in things of that nature. We wanted to make the second thing on there. We firmly believe, and actually I think we came back here at the end of year one and we had to sort of mark ourselves and everybody else about how we did. We said about 4 out of 10, which I was hoping wasn't too generous, because year one of any project, especially one that took such a long time for us to actually put in place, and actually from a very late starting point. So actually, if you can imagine, recruit 40 production companies worldwide from a tender process to actually go through then the recruitment of all the individuals that we needed to get to make that work, directors, vision mixers, VT coordinators, floor managers and all the rest of it. It was a very, very, well, it was a very short process. It was a very long process undertaken and done and delivered in a very short time. So in year one, I think, like all of us on the project, and I think the FIVB would say the same for themselves, there was a lot of serenely swimming along on the surface and frantically paddling underwater as we went by. What we did promise we would do, and I think it all comes back to the same thing, we'd watched the Rio Olympics, which was given to us as the benchmark of coverage, integration of live event coverage, TV coverage and staging, and we've always said all along that that's what the sport needs to take itself, which is why this meeting is so important, because you guys are all involved in the staging of the event, which we've realised from year one that is, we said it in advance of that, and so did the bosses here, that until we get all those things together, we're not, the sport will need that to make the next jump ahead. One of those being the integration of what the audience in the arena sees and what the TV viewers see, which is why it's absolutely vital, our relationship with SPR, Sports Presentation, on the ground, and making sure that we've actually done stuff with them and in partnership with them to ensure that everything that they do, we are aware of, everything that we do, they are aware of. That bringing alive of the event for the audience in the arena, so that our TV directors make sure that that goes through the funnel, in through the camera and down into the to the viewer at home. Things like all the things like the monster blocks, the super spikes, us knowing that those things are going to happen and when they're happening, and bringing the broadcast alive for the viewers at home. Making stars of the top individual of the sport by showcasing their skills, strength. I think there's a very simple way of, it's been mentioned in here that actually volleyball did an amazing thing in 2018. Actually, it brought in a massive rule change into the sport itself for the benefit of a broadcast audience, which was the introduction and development of the Mega Rally. The Super Replay, we originally christened it, but Fernando and the team here renamed it the Mega Rally. But effectively, if you think, I can't think of an example, I've been in broadcast for 25 years, of a sport allowing its broadcast to implement a change, simply because if you think of the speed of the sport and the relentless nature of the points, there's barely 15 seconds normally between action. You know, it's very difficult for a TV match director and coordinator to actually get in great replays of some of the great bits of skill that have been played out on court. So what we brought in, it was our innovation in planning and harness with the FIVB, was to actually bring in this Mega Rally where effectively and really the sport stops for 30 or 40 seconds while the TV audience, and hopefully the audience within the arena as well, are treated to a replay sequence which showcases great action. That usually, I mean, there's all kinds of forums and things, and we've been part of it, as to what constitutes a Mega Rally. I mean, that we could spend the next day and a half. Fortunately, we're last on here and we've got a flight to catch, but as have most people. But that debate goes on, and as I'm sure you'll know, Fernando plays a great part in it himself because he has strong views, being a former TV producer. But in effect, we all know the great actions in the sport which make the audience gasp are the defensive actions, i.e. somebody making a great save, a great dig, great rescue. That one moment when a player runs 20 yards off court and kicks it back onto court and then ends up running back in and making the winning block two actions later, which actually happened in the at the finals in France last year when Brazil were playing. So it's that kind of moment, and what we want to do and what the mega rally does is showcase that, and then therefore the audience at home and the audience within the arena are able to go, wow, what a great piece of play by, who's that number 5 for Brazil again? Wow, what a player he is. Let's, concentrate on him. Around that, we've obviously also developed digital content, which is about making sure that people know more. So when you're on site, you will meet probably our videographers as well, who effectively are making video content for the FIVB and for the IMG website, which works in conjunction with them, to actually, again, do that job. When we first came in, I admitted although I'd produced about 18 different sports, I'd never produced volleyball, and I was struggling to name a player from any country worldwide. Yet, I've always enjoyed the sport. At Olympic Games, I've actually been to watch it live and always thought of it as a fascinating sport. So we set that as a mission to try and aim to develop the faces, the number, which is a big thing, and the names of the stars of the game, so that we can engage, and that offers all sorts of development possibilities for the FIVB going forward in terms of marketing. We want to create the first Cristiano Ronaldo or Leo Messi of volleyball. That's what your aim is for any sport, I think, in that sense. And that's what we aim to do as we go along. Unify and improve the quality of TV coverage. Unify is the key word. I think it wanted to be seen that when you had an FIVB product like VNL, there is obviously going to be huge disparity between the way it's treated in China, Korea, Japan, America, Argentina, Brazil. We were brought in to ensure that when you watched a product like VNL, you recognised it. That's obviously been done in many other sports, probably most famously in Champions League with football. IAAF IMG has been responsible for the Diamond League. IMG has done a similar job with EuroLeague in basketball, European Tour Productions in golf. So I think our company is well versed in the sort of processes needed for that. And finally, the last one of our mission statement comes back to that, making people who start off as TV viewer become more actively engaged in the process of the sport and actually feel as though they've watched it on TV. They now want to go and watch it live. They want to engage in the sport and they want to become part of, dare I say, the volleyball family, because one of the beauties of the game is mixed gender, men and women. The whole point of the VNL is that the women's competition has equal billing and equal footing with the men's competition. It's a very good family sport, and that goes all the way through, and it's something that we're proud to be associated on that front. 2018, we can take questions in a minute. There were lots of things we will admit to from in here that we learnt in that first year. Quite rightly has been made clear in presentations. That whole integration on site between all those different parts of the operation for us was a massive learning curve. We'll put our hands up and say that. When we addressed all our producers before they went on site, we weren't totally sure ourselves what we were going to meet in terms of all the different countries and all the different schedules that would be put in front of us. You talked about, Christian talked about the activity schedule. I didn't know what one of them was at this time last year. We'd never been presented with one and we'd never seen one. So we were, to be frank, we were all kind of making it up, not as we went along, but we were kind of modifying things as we went through that first year. This year, I'm pleased to say that has moved along a lot. I thank Steve Sutton in particular for that. There's been a real progression for us in terms of working. We're having weekly or fortnightly calls and meetings with Steve's team about how we do move that process forward. So I'm pleased to say, as the last speaker, that a lot of the things that you guys have brought up about making sure that rehearsal isn't just seen as being a referee, that is actually integral to the broadcast and to the event. Those things are being dealt with. Those things are being looked at. That's we'll continue to, when it says continue to develop the world feed coverage, we're still looking for new cameras. We're bringing in our enhanced coverage, which we produced for the finals in Lille and the finals in Nanjing last year for both women's and men's. We're pleased to be able to report that the FIVB have agreed that we can do that as well as for the finals, we will actually add some more cameras. We will do that for 10 of the round-robin events as well. So we're actually having 25% of all of the events will have that enhanced coverage. And most particularly, actually, which was an FIVB request, we will take that level of coverage to Tokyo, because obviously it's very important for VNL in the year prior to the Olympics in Tokyo that the best coverage of the sport is showcased in Japan. We're hoping also to do a highlight show this year, which it's actually pretty intense, as you all know. You guys are travelling the world. There's basically only one day when it's all under Mondays. We all like Mondays, unlike the pop song. We all love Mondays because it's the one day of the week when actually there isn't any volleyball events once it's all up and running. I know everyone's moving from one to another, but that we will hope and aim to produce a one-hour highlight show of the best of each of the previous week's action, which we were trying to sell to rights holders. Obviously, we will make it available to the FIVB for their channels, for Volleyball TV, Volleyball World, and so that's another development from our side. It was interesting to look at some of the other presentations that have gone on. We understand from year one we've made some changes to our own staffing, but what we believe we have done is we've got 12 months of really solid experience from most of the people who've been out there. Annika, who's travelled all over this, did the finals and did a number of events. Annika's one of 7 or 8 producers who we've got who will go from year 1 to year 2. It would be silly to not having got people on the ground involved, recognised, aware of the sports, aware of the way that the sport needs to be looked after, and the meetings that need to be held to pull all these things together. We've promised that we will keep that consistency, but we haven't kept, dare I say, we've been a bit ruthless in 1 or 2 areas of weeding out 1 or 2 people after year 1. Sports presentation still remains the key for us. I think Steve mentioned in his presentation that what we've tried to say all along is it's not our direct point of influence here, but we want to use the skills that our personnel have got at a higher level, our technical people who have worked in TV for many years, to actually help the FIVB, help all the associations and federations on the ground, and help all the broadcasters to actually do that thing where what we produced in Lille in 2018, which was a fabulous spectacle, I think, both in the arena and certainly on television. We want that to become, in the next year, 2, 3 years, to become the norm in many of these, if not all, of the 40 events around the globe. That's our ambition, and I know that's the FIVB's ambition. And it's a big one, but we believe it should be said, it should be put out there, and we need to set those standards at enough events to make those that are sort of behind feel like they are behind, and that produces an uplift of standards worldwide. From that process as well, what we've done is we've consolidated our OB facilities.
Yeah, we have.
Next slide.
No. We're on to staff.
Oh, sorry, this is our staffing, because effectively what we need to get across to this group, which if we didn't get across last year, this is one of the reasons why we're here, is that when you think of the broadcaster on site, please think of IMG. Because whether it's, I don't know, whether you're in China and you're working with CCTV, or whether you're in Australia and you're working with whatever network is outside there, actually, in real terms, and this was a really important point we made to the FIVB in year 1, they're all working for IMG, and we in turn are working for the FIVB. We have directly recruited all the major components of that OB. They don't all come running out from Stockley Park. They're nearly all recruited within the local countries of origin. But the point is they're working for IMG. In real terms, they're being paid for by IMG. They've won a tender process which was engaged by IMG, and they've maintained that contract, and they're answerable to IMG. So always think of the production on site, the world feed production having been done and referred to, which is to clear up what the boys did in their presentation earlier. It's IMG who you need to contact on that. Now, obviously, there are broadcasters on site who are the providers, and we'll show you the list of those in a minute. But just to go through the personnel that we should have on site, there's always an engineering manager. EM is not a great, because your event manager had the same abbreviation, so we might refer to them as technical managers. We always call them engineering managers. That is the person who heads up the technical operation, who is responsible for the OB, everything from power, cabling, lighting, health and safety, the whole works. That technical manager is employed by IMG and is the head IMG representative on site, alongside the world feed producer, who again, the likes of Annika, there is one of them at every event, and our world feed producer is responsible from the IMG's perspective of enabling the communication of what our world feed requirements are, of what our requirements are on site, what we can pass on to obviously ensure that we work in tandem in harness with all the other different needs of facilities on site. After that, the rest of the staff are... Oh, sorry, the videographer, again, is what I mentioned earlier. Our digital team, there's not one at every event, but more and more this year, because, again, thankfully, as the relationships develop, they've recognised the importance of this. But our videographer is there to create and edit and broadcast material, both on the digital outputs for IMG and stroke FIVB, but also increasingly to ensure that some of that material makes the air within our world feed broadcasts. So little player profiles, little setups around each event. What we do as part of each event, I'm sure if you watched any last year, we get in material from every host city. So we always have a host city slot at the start of every world feed. But similarly, we want to do, it's all part of that same thing. Who are the stars of this game? Who were the stars of yesterday or the day before? And we want to tell that. It's all about storytelling. As anyone who knows anything about production and editorial, they'll always tell you that, and it's absolutely right. The director and the vision mixer and the other guys on that list, they are our direct recruits. They'll usually be from the country of origin in most cases. They will have worked with the OB company that's providing the facilities. They help us recruit them. Obviously, into year two, what we've tried to do is, it's a horrible word, rationalise, isn't it? It sounds like, we've had some people assassinated or something, but we've basically taken down the numbers involved and actually hope to try and, when people have been very good in year one, giving them even more opportunity in year two. So hopefully that will improve the quality of the product overall.
I suppose it's worth mentioning as well to this audience, to you guys, that on site, the EM, engineering manager, and the producer, world feed producer, are your two main points of contact. And they will be at the venue on the morning of day -1. So if you have any concerns with the production of the world feed or any of the other staff mentioned in this list, those two are the guys to go to in the first instance, and they will help to filter out and sort out any issues or answer any questions that you might have.
And similarly, before even then, what we would look, because of the relationships they've built up with Steve this year, is we'll know who you guys, we'll have a whole list of contacts for you guys, and I'd be very disappointed if our producers haven't contacted you way before day -1 to say who they are, if they've met you before, if not, anything you know about the venue in specifically that they don't know. That's something that we'll have a full day's briefing exactly like this for all our producers that are going on the road, and all our engineering managers as well this year, which we weren't able to fit in last year. And we're going to be taking some of the... Annika's been taking notes. The reason Annika's here is that when that comes to our day, she will be presenting the contents of this meeting, so that our people, all of them, become aware, especially those that weren't on the road in year one. I'm sure many of the ones that were in... But again, you'd be surprised... Well, you wouldn't be surprised, because some of you guys have been all around the world. It works differently in many different areas, and one of our bigger is, as well as unifying the coverage on screen, it's helping to be part of the unifying of the process off screen that will make everybody's jobs easier and make it for everybody to do a little bit better.
We have quite a comprehensive call sheet that we send out for every single event, and on that call sheet is all of the contact details for all of the people that you see in that list. Last year we did do the same, but this year, as soon as I get back to the office tomorrow, I'll make sure that our coordinators know to send that call sheet when it's ready directly to the producer, the event producer of that event. So you have those details. In that call sheet, you'll be able to see what time they're arriving, where they're arriving, how they're getting to the venue, where they're staying overnight, all of that information, as well as obviously their mobile phone numbers, so you can set up WhatsApp chat groups and get things moving from there. I think last year we sent the call sheets to the hub, but moving forward to avoid any, you know, ambiguity or to clear the waters, if we just send it, we obviously liaise very closely with event operations. We'll find out who the event manager is for the first event, the second event, the third event, and send the call sheet straight out to you guys, so you know exactly who to speak to.
And similarly, we'd like to know from FIVB in advance the details of who is going to be the event manager, and we'll include them within our call sheet as well. Yeah. Which we did, I think, last year.
We did.
But
we all
ironically, you probably didn't get the sheet that you were a part of. So
we knew your number, you didn't know ours.
Yeah, we knew who you were. Karina will probably talk a bit more about this than me. It's just so that you can recognise in different territories who's who. As I say, we've done a bit of rationalising or changes this year, but they are the name, the country on the left there is, and the country on the right is the OB facilities provider. It slightly complicates and contradicts what I said before, because IMG is all of them, but that's just to give you an insight into the different territories and the different broadcast facility providers that we've recruited in all of those different areas, just so that you can see.
Yeah, so normally each facility provider will provide around a 30-man crew, and the OB truck, obviously. We've got 14 facility providers working on VNL this year. Last year we had around 22. So we've reduced it quite a lot. We've got some of the bigger players is Skyline that are covering a number of territories around Europe, and MVP likewise. So you can see there quite clearly who's doing what. There's still a couple of TBCs, but hopefully we'll know how they develop in the next few weeks. And again, on the call sheet, you'll have contact details of the main person at the OB facility provider. Another difference for VNL 2019 is that the OB facilities crews will all have bibs, so you'll be able to spot them a mile off when you're walking around. And it's also worth mentioning that we may have specialist crews and riggers for, in particular, the top camera. So where the venue is particularly difficult access-wise, and we've got that top shot, which has become quite key now. We do have a specialist company called Camera Core who come in and do the rigging. Again, contact details will be on the call sheet, so you'll know who to speak to. Enhancement cameras as well are captured by Camera Core. So the Ref Cam is one of the enhanced cameras. So when we've got these 10 pool events with additional camera footage, it basically consists of a Ref camera, which is the camera that sits on the referee's head, ear.
It does.
And then we've got the slow-mos, additional slow-mos, and we've got one more, which I can't remember.
The net camera.
The net camera. So that's 2 cameras fixed in the middle of the net going out each side. So again, Camera Core are responsible for that. They look after that, so they might be at your event.
And as Steve has pointed out, there's already been a lot of work done on that front, because they're actually going to take delivery of nets specially so they can incorporate the cameras, which actually has also been modified from last year. I know Christian was involved in Lille, wasn't it, and we had to make the camera head smaller a little bit, didn't it, just so that the full width of the net was, because if anyone was to hit their hand against it, it's quite hard anyway, and it was approved so health and safety wise. Just a couple of other little things I would pick up on. One was mentioned about health and safety. Actually, it's on the bottom of this list here, and I think it was in Jaime and Christian's presentation earlier. We do get involved in health and safety, obviously on a very serious level on site, because yes, event health and safety, but the two have to be hand in hand, because our TV team, as you will know, are all over that venue, aren't they? So even if something doesn't seem specifically about TV, I'm afraid I think it's an important thing that our engineering manager, technical delegate will actually be involved in. Like, for instance, I think it was in Poland last year where there was a big screen that was being strung from one cable effectively. Well, if you read any regulations and terms, that's strictly illegal, because obviously if one goes, it's gone. So the things like that,
from the audience,
we will ask for your help and cooperation with on all them sort of things, because it's a very important thing to IMG, it's a very important thing to FIVB. You guys on the ground as well, you'll know more than I do the importance of health and safety, and as an issue it's something that we obviously take very seriously, and becomes very complex when you're dealing in 26 countries, I think it was last year, all around the world, with all kinds of different levels of regulations. I mean, some of the things you see would make your eyes water in certain places in terms of platforms without without rails and things of that nature. Inevitably, we've been in broadcasting a long time. It does happen, but it's our responsibility to ensure that everything reaches a level of health and safety that is deemed passable for the OB. And I know that's obviously a very important part for you guys. Similarly, we will deal with increasingly. We've had a chat about this. I know it's something that falls your way as well. Other media personnel, that usual thing of the camera crew that comes from the local news company. Basically, the way we take this is as a partnership thing. For the FIVB, any publicity is good publicity. So we don't want to turn away camera crews from other stations. We obviously have obligations to our rights holders. So there are obviously things that they can't do, which is they can't show action unless it's given permission by the rights holder for that region. But what they can do is obviously news stuff and news access stuff, and there are different agreements in different parts of the world and all that. Even today, I only learnt today about the different regulations in Japan. There's a kind of an accord between all the broadcasters that they can all have a bit of each other's footage for purposes of sports news broadcast, etc., etc. So that's a learning curve for us, but effectively we want to try and be in charge of that, not least so then we know who's on site, what they're doing on site, and that they're actually bibbed and badged, so to speak, by us.
Especially when you've got rights holders who are on site, and we get to find out kind of at the end of the day that they have been on site. From us, it's really important. Again, it's about communication and building relationships with them. We want to look after them, we want to nurture them, and if we know that there is anyone that wants footage, that wants access, if you go to the event producer in the first instance, they will ensure, hopefully with the accreditation system, which is currently a work in progress, which sounds absolutely fantastic, it will help a lot because we'll already know who's going to come up on site, which is something we didn't know last
But it did make
year.
me laugh. You were absolutely right. Last year, our producers weren't really thoroughly briefed on that because they didn't know. We didn't really know. So they would be saying, oh, contact IMG back at base, which was usually me, and I'd be saying, have you not talked to the producer on site? They'd say, yes, they've told us to talk to you. Oh, great. Because obviously it needs to be sorted on site, because, I mean, I can be involved in a conversation or my equivalent, but because there are different rules and different understandings, what we'll need to know is, we'll need to know which you will probably have sat in a room together. You'll have the rights holding broadcasters representative. You'll have the people from our side of things. So that sort of arbitration has kind of got to be done there, really, you know, to make sure it works. And again, we come at it from the spirit, as I say, of cooperation. We don't want to have people thrown out of arenas, stills photographers, videographers or whatever. We want them to be there because in the greater scheme of things, it's good publicity for the event, all of which matters. Yeah.
So I think we've kind of knocked off the majority of these questions. Main contact, IMG producer and engineering manager. How can we identify IMG production team? T-shirts or bibs is the crew. Where will we be able to find the IMG production team when on site? So in some venues, we'll have a production office. During the live event, the truck is always the best place. Some venues we won't have a production office, so I'd go to the truck. So the truck really is the main kind of consistent place to find anyone to do with IMG Productions. When will the cameras be ready for line-up checks? So we're working on the protocol, the activity schedule document, but at the moment it's looking like about six-ish
time-ish.
day minus one, I believe, something like that. But that'll be firmed up. And the idea is, again, to get you guys involved in that. So last year, I don't think I went to one event where really any of the event managers came into the truck and said, oh, what does camera one look like? Is this, you know, we want to collaborate with you guys, so that will be in the schedule. Yeah. So do come and
I'd like to reiterate that if there was one, Steve said it earlier, and I know it happens because I've worked on, as I said, lots of different sports, and people who are not necessarily from a TV background are kind of scared when they see them big white trucks with all the doors closed and "Do not enter" written on the side. We would make
skull and crossbones.
And I will brief my producers to give you a guided tour on say day minus one, so that you do go and look in there. You do talk to and meet the director, because for all that our producers are employed by us, the local director is our next point of contact. That's the guy or girl who is going to cut the cameras and so they can show you how your branding is working. They can give you an idea of where we might be doing any extra filming, i.e. the things that we brought into Worldfeed, as you noticed last year, and which the guys did really well in getting onto by the time of Lille, was we like to see The more we can see of the athletes, the better. So we were seeing them getting off the bus, we were seeing them going into the dressing room. We were often, where we got the right cooperation, seeing them in the dressing room, larking about or listening to music or doing little bits of warm-up. All that is all about just making the audience more aware of these athletes before they go on court and do what they're known to do. So we would encourage you to come and, so we'll tell you, so you can help the branding people, so they know, oh, they're going to be there, or they're going to go in the dressing rooms, so they can, like that Lille, bloody hell, there was more branding in the dressing room than there was players. But it was, but that's what we want. That's what the sport wants, and that's what the sport needs, and that's what we've encouraged, and we'll be trying to do more of that. And we're open to suggestions. If you know, if you have other ideas around things like that, please bring them to our guys, because we're still new to this. It's only been 1 year, this is year 2. We hope this is a very long collaboration, and if it is going to be, then we need to keep moving things along like we always do on those fronts. But please do, we will brief our guys, but please do be pushy enough to say, can I come to... They're usually buried away. You just have to trace the cables, don't you, to find where they are. But they're often buried away next to the bins outside. That's the only downside. But do please find the compound. Obviously, you'll have talked to our engineering manager who's in charge of that whole area, and do go in and make friends of and find out what goes on within there. Yeah.
And one final note on health and safety, we do a really comprehensive risk assessment for each and every event, which is signed by the producer on site. So that will be issued to you together with the call sheet. So do take a look at that. Equally, we get the risk assessment from the OB facilities providers and any of their third parties, and any specialist riggers such as Camera Corps, they give us a risk assessment as well. So it's lots of paperwork, but it's something to just reflect on and look at before the event, not least because it just helps you to think about, oh, actually, yeah, that is quite dangerous. Oh, that's a good idea. Well, maybe make sure that we do that. I know that all the cabling is going to be hidden, which will be amazing, so there'll be no risk of tripping, she says. But yeah, so
and if nothing else, it's my signature on the end, so it's me that goes to jail if anything goes really horribly wrong. So our poor children. Yeah. Actually, they'd probably be quite happy, don't we? Yeah. But no, that's really important. And then just the final message from us is we thoroughly enjoyed year 1. I think the boys said it. It was absolutely frantic from about May the 12th or 13th, whenever it started, right through to the first week of July when we all finally finished in Lille. But it was a great experience. It's a great sport. There is great collaboration between all the areas, I think. Kelly's team, the event management team, the FIVB team and our team. But it's just us all recognising where we can make that even better. I think it was like last year we were having to all learn on the job. I know I went to a couple of events with Christian, and that would certainly be the case, wouldn't it, sir? So, but I think we can, but with the sort of planning that's gone on from year 1 to year 2, I think we start off in a much better place, and that will give us a chance to actually finesse things better and make everything better for the greater good of the competition.
Was there any questions?
Yeah, okay. One of the challenges last year was the post-match interviews.
Yes, agreed.
So certainly in high venues,
yes.
there was no reporter,
no
floor manager, whatever. So quite often it was down to the event manager to speak with the player, and then you were using, I don't know, some volunteer to ask 3 kind of very scripted questions.
Yes.
I just wanted to know if there's been any developments on that for this year.
There has.
And where we're at.
The question was, what have we done in terms of ensuring that post-match interviews are facilitated and made easier for the production and the World Feed production? Yes, it's not an easy solution either, because what we can't afford to do is send journalists on site just to basically ask 3 questions at the end of each match. What we have agreed is that in many cases there are local journalists who are very good. So the point of contact will be between us and SBR first. Sports presentation, who also know, a lot of the times it was I mean, if you get the good announcers and they are more than happy. Lots of them want to be on television, frankly, so they're more than happy to do the job for us. Or if there's, again, this is where relationships with the local federation is really good, because if they know of a journalist, English speaking, who can do the job as well. It's one of the things that will be put on the meeting for -1 to ascertain who that person is and to make sure that that person's aware for the 3 days. But in an ideal world, again, we would like that to have been sorted way before we get to day -1. If it could have been done through correspondence with SPR team and with the local federation and FIVB before we ever get there. But I totally agree, it was a very hit and miss thing in year one. Yeah. And the solution's not much simpler, but I think we've at least now identified a process of finding
It'll
that.
certainly be right at the top of the list of responsibilities for the live producer on site on day -1 to speak to the local federation, get an idea of which athletes might want to be part, because that was another problem. Sometimes we'd have teams that just didn't want to know anything, or their English wasn't up to scratch, or they just...
English
was a problem.
Yeah. What we're trying to put in the protocols is we've spoke to FIVB about this, and what we're trying to put in is that when team lists are provided before the whole tournament begins, they actually identify which of the playing participants speak English. So that at least you've got a starting chance when it starts. So we have thought of it. It's not the simple solution would be to have a fully, like we would send a journalist to every event, but of course we all have to be mindful of costs in these things, so that doesn't happen on that level. But good question.
Any more? No? I think that's it then.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody out there. Well done, lovely.
Okay, so we've gotten to the end of our workshop now. I just wanted to close down by saying thank you very much to everybody who traveled to Lausanne. From the team here, at least, we really think it was very, very valuable to get to put faces on the friendly names and to also get really this communication going. To everybody watching online, and we know there have been some, thanks also for staying up late. Thank you everybody for your questions. Please keep them coming. We'll, you know, as Carl just said, it's only year 2. We feel better than last year already. Hopefully there'll be a bit more serene swimming and less underwater paddling. But I'm sure there will be some anyhow. So, you know, the best we can say is let's do this together and let's make it a winning combination. So thank you very much from all of us. A big thank you to Marga and Elisa for putting it all together, for Bisha who's been on the phone with the cameras, and see you soon.